Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee on Housing and Buildings. At this time, can everybody please silence your cell phones? If you wish to testify, please go to the back of the room to fill out a testimony slip. At this time and going forward, no one is to approach the dais. I repeat, no one is to approach the dais. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning and welcome to today's hearing on the New York City Council's Committee on Housing and Buildings. I'm Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, chair of this committee. Thank you to the many members of the public, the administration, and my colleagues who have joined us. I want to start with a procedural note. We'll first hear from the administration, followed by council member questions, and then public testimony. Please maintain decorum. If you wish to express support, use the silent approval gesture. Given the number of speakers signed up today, several hundred, council questions will be limited to 3 minutes and public testimony to 90 seconds. I will also ask administration witnesses to keep their answers brief, but I want the public to be aware that we do anticipate between 2 and 3 hours of testimony and questions with the administrations prior to the public. I ask that you please do plan accordingly. I apologize in advance if I have to cut you off at any point, but we want to ensure that we hear as many voices as possible during today's debate. Today we will be hearing 2 sets of legislation. Bear with us, it's the end of the session and there is a lot to do. First, we will consider several bills that modernize the New York City construction codes, support small businesses, and improve our response to rodent complaints. Intros, I know that's why everyone is here. Intros 1321 and 1422, which I sponsor, would create a New York City existing building code to align the rest of the construction codes and align the rest of construction codes accordingly. Right now, work on existing buildings must navigate both the 2022 and 1968 codes, creating conflicts, delays, and confusion. The existing building code is the product of a decade-long DOB-led consensus process with hundreds of experts, unions, and industry representatives. It gives owners a clearer, safer framework to maintain and alter existing buildings, and finally allows us to retire the 1968 code for existing buildings in a responsible way. Importantly, this new code also codifies changes to the definition of ordinary plumbing work, further changes that this council already passed in Intro 429 several months ago. Changes that some groups suggested came out of nowhere, where in reality, those provisions were debated and agreed upon during DOB's extensive code revision process. We will also hear a pre-considered bill updating the New York City Energy Conservation Code to align with the 2025 New York State Energy Conservation Code and the 2024 International Energy Conservation Code with New York City specific amendments. This keeps us on track with state law and ensures our buildings meet modern energy standards as required under existing law. Next, we will hear Intro 1465 by Councilmember Brannan, which extends a moratorium on fines for awning and accessory sign violations and requires the Department of Buildings and Small Business Services to provide education and outreach to small businesses. Small businesses have told us clearly that a sudden $6,000 fine for signage without education has been devastating. This bill continues the council's approach, enforce truly unsafe conditions, but don't balance the budget of our city on the backs of mom and pop shops. Finally, in this set, we will take up Intro 1217 by Councilmember Zhuang, which strengthens inspections and public reporting in response to 311 complaints related to rats and other pests, requiring the Department of Health to inspect within 10 business days and to make inspection data available online. Part 1. Part 2, the second set of legislation is on short-term rentals in 1 and 2 family homes. The second set of bills, Intro 948A by Councilmember Narcisse and Intro 1107A by Councilmember Lewis, would loosen certain requirements for short-term rentals in 1 and 2 family homes. I want to start by sharing that in the last weeks, I've heard from many colleagues on both sides of these pieces of legislation, but many concerned about there being movement here. I want to share that as housing chair and as someone who's spent the last 15 years working on housing and economic development policy, I know how hard it is for both renters and small homeowners to stay in our city. My district is 94% renters, and I myself became a small homeowner only by finding a diamond in the rough, something that I could barely afford, and even now struggle in many ways to maintain with essential repairs. I carry that reality into this debate. Short-term rental policy is one of the most contentious issues before this body, and in that context, we have to remember that we are in a historic housing crisis. The 2023 Housing Vacancy Survey shows that just 1.4% of rentals are vacant citywide. In that context, I enter this hearing with serious concerns myself about Intro 948A and 1107A as drafted. These bills would, among other things, allow for up to 4 adult short-term guests in 1- and 2-family homes, remove the requirement that a permanent occupant be present, and permit interior locks that limit access and change the building code and housing maintenance code definitions of family to accommodate these arrangements. What looks like small changes or small language tweaks could fundamentally alter how our homes are used in the city of New York. Why I'm worried. The data is clear. A report released this week by Community Service Society finds that 1- and 2-family buildings make up 14% of the city's rental stock, with roughly 327,000 units in total and close to 894 tenants. A total, when you include both rental and owner-occupied, of 27% of the city's housing stock is being affected by these bills. Those homes are more likely to be occupied by Black and brown and low-income families, and their rents tend to be lower than other market rate apartments. If we normalize a hostless short-term rentals in this stock, even inadvertently, we can drive up property values, push up rents, and create powerful incentives that could displace exactly the tenants who have the fewest protections. Some point to analyses that show that rents kept rising even after Local Law 18 took effect, and use that to claim that restricting short-term rentals doesn't matter. But correlation, my friends, we know is not causation. What these numbers really tell us is that New York City's broader housing crisis continues, not that we should weaken the one tool we have that prevents apartments from turning into hotel rooms. Small tweaks, major challenges. These bills are presented as technical cleanups, aligning definitions, allowing flexibility on host presence and interior doors, but small language changes can create big problems. When we move from a clear host presence rule to unhosted stays, more guests, and locked off areas, enforcement becomes significantly harder for an already stretched Office of Special Enforcement. It is much easier to verify that someone actually lives in and is present in a home than to untangle, after the fact, whether a unit has quietly become a full-time business. We've seen this before in places like Santa Monica and San Francisco. Early attempts at carve-outs and partial fixes produced confusion and abuse, and only when those cities moved to strong universal registration and host presence requirements did illegal hotel activity drop and apartments come back into the housing supply. We can learn from that history and not repeat missteps. And I do want to highlight that some of the concerns that have been raised in the past few weeks are not theoretical. They are lessons from municipalities that also include New Orleans, San Francisco, and Barcelona. Looser rules were harder to enforce, unhosted short-term rentals had large negative impacts on local rental supply, and restrictions on short-term rentals were necessary to protect the supply of permanent homes. I also want to say gently, but clearly, that as we have this debate, we must be careful not to fall into narratives where we treat renters as inherently risky or undesirable as compared to tourists. Millions of New Yorkers, many of them across our districts, pay rent reliably every single month and are the backbone of our city's economy. When we talk about preferring short-term rentals because we can't count on renters, we risk reinforcing long-standing class and even perhaps inadvertently, racial biases that have no place in our city. In my district, 94% of residents are renters. My neighbors are the backbone of our economy and culture, and any reform worth supporting must protect both small homeowners and the tenants who make up the vast majority of our communities. If there is to be further conversation about adjustments in the future, I believe it must be far narrower than what is before us today and should be anchored in clear ideas. Perhaps owner occupancy instead of permanent occupancy, making sure that we have strong FDNY-aligned safety standards for any internal locks or access restrictions, no weakening of the family definitions that could have spillover effects into our building or housing maintenance codes, no path, intentional or otherwise, for a second unit or accessory dwelling unit to become a full-time short-term rental in a manner that our agencies are confident that they can enforce, and clear and enforceable limits on the amount of time that any units could be used as short-term rentals. That is the lens through which I will ask my questions today. In closing, this might go on record as one of my longest. I apologize, and thank you. Before turning to my colleagues, I want to remember Michael McKee, a tireless tenant advocate who cared deeply about these issues and tenant rights through his work over many years at Tenants PAC and other organizations. I also want to thank my team, Chief of Staff, Maria Villalobos, Deputy Chiefs, Ben Ratner and Kim Castellanos, Gerard Fernandez, Brenda Muniz, Stephanie Kuzi, again for wearing multiple hats, and our legislative fellow, Dylan Campos. I would not be here, literally, if it wasn't for y'all. Thank you. And I thank the Housing and Buildings Committee staff, Senior Legislative Counsel, Austin Malone, Legislative Counsel, Billy Eck, Senior Policy Analyst, Jose Conde, Policy Analyst, Dirk Spencer, Finance Analyst, Carla Naranjo, and Data Scientist, Reese Hirota. We are joined today by my colleagues on the committee. I'll call them out, and then I'll call them by name, and then Councilmember Zhuang, followed by Narcisse, followed by Lewis, yes, will make opening remarks about their bills. Acknowledging that we are joined on Zoom by Councilmember Arreola and Feliz, in person by Zhuang, Narcisse, Dinowitz, Riley, Lewis, Aviles, and Nurse. Thank you. With that, turning to Councilmember Zhuang.
Thank you, Chair. Today we have a hearing about my bill, Intro 1217. Imagine a mother calls 311 for 2 years about the rat issue in her kitchen cabinet, in her children's bedroom, and no city agency comes to help. And this is actually a real story. We find those pictures in the news. When city agency finally showed up 2 years later, they found 18 rat burrows. This is a true and documented story. And our city government is allowing this happen. I just don't understand. This is not the responsibility for our constituents to fix the rat problem. Yes, we see rats in our home, we try to fix everything. But we cannot, as constituents, we cannot tell our rats, only stay in my home, I'm gonna kill you. And then don't go to my neighbor's home. Can we do that? Of course not. And our city agencies, this is our city agencies' responsibility. The more time we wait, the more families will get affected, the whole neighborhood is gonna get affected, and the more value, more money gonna cost for the family and also for our city agency. And according to OMB estimate, my bill response the rat inspection in 10 days will cost nothing. I brought the Rat Academy to my district, and a lot of people come. A former rat czar visited too, and told me Department of Health addressed complaints mostly in the area with the most 311 calls or rat activity. But people call 311, no response for months. Our Department of Health also stated inspections are needed for them to get the rat out of our cities. So let's require them to inspect every call within 10 days to perform an inspection. Simple. It's our city council, let's our city council to pass a bill, Intro 1217, make our city agency accountable and keep everyone healthy and safe. We have serious problems in our city. Let's get to the bottom of this rat problem now, and we can focus on making New York City a better place where families can thrive. Instead, we have to fight to survive. Please support my bill, Intro 1217, and I want to thank everyone who supported this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zhuang. Councilmember Narcisse?
Good morning, everyone. I feel like I'm in the story of David and Goliath. But when you have your own chair, I have 94% of renters, and I'm not here for the big numbers. I'm here for the small voices, the smaller folks that cannot hold their home. I am a union person. 2 days ago, I believe I was in the front with NASNA. I was past member of 1199. I work closely with TWU. I work closely with ATC as well. But this is not about any specific group of folks, but the smaller group of folks, the black and brown folks that cannot hold their home, the lower income. When they talk, they don't have a voice. My job as a nurse is to give voice to the voiceless. I came here not to be cute, but to address the issues when they come to me. And as legislators, when the legislation passed and other folks crying, they have foreclosure over their head, that's the reason I'm here, pure and simple. I'm not looking for power. I'm not looking for anything else but giving the voice of the voiceless. That's my responsibility. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues. I want to speak today in a strong support of my bill, Ensure 948A. Because for so many New Yorkers, especially in my communities that I represent, the community like mine, this issue is not abstract. It's real for them. It is not political. It is personal. It is about whether a long-time homeowner can afford to stay in the home they work so hard for their entire life to maintain. Some of my folks, HHA, CNA, LPN, working 3-4 jobs sometimes to hold a home, and they're losing it, and they need that option. They need that lifeline. That's the reason I'm here. I want for them to stay in the home they work their entire life for. I want to ask everyone here to focus on the facts, the real people affected, not the fear, not the rumors, not the misinformation that has been circulating over my head too. Some folks ask me if I'm scared to even go forward for it, forget about it. But when I look back to those that come to me, that's circulating those rumors over folks that are losing their home as we speak right now, there have been a lot of statements made about this bill that's simply not true. And when misinformation spreads, we know that lies move faster than the truth. It doesn't just confuse people. It hurts the very families we are trying to help. This bill not creating hotels in our neighborhoods, and is not taking the hotel business out. I would be against that, because when I travel, sometimes if I'm by myself, I use hotel. If I'm with my children, back in the days, I use Airbnb, because it was what I could afford. It does not open the door to corporate takeover, which I've been hearing, of 1 or 2 families home, they're gonna board the whole block. That's not what this is about, because you have to be in the home. You have to own it. You have to be part of it. And when you go away, if you go to see a sick family, you have to come back, because that's have to be your home, your prime residence. It does not allow investors to run short-term rentals without living in there. And it absolutely does not allow unlimited numbers of people to pack in our homes. None of that is this bill. If it was that, I would walk away from it. What this bill does is quite simple. It gives responsible, home-occupant homeowners the ability to earn a little supplemental income safely and legally without violating rules that were never written in their mind. I don't think my homeowners, that's what they want to do. In my district, and in districts across the city, homeowners, especially seniors, immigrants, nurses, CNA, LPN, and all the working families, union workers too, they talk to me, who have been crying out for relief. Some of them have tenants who have not paid their rent in years, and they are desperate for a way to stay afloat. Others are facing rising taxes, rising insurance, rising everything around them. They are not asking for special treatment. They are asking for fairness, a lifeline. They are asking for the chance to stay in the homes they love and the neighborhood they help to build. You know how many New Yorkers, black folks that left the city of New York. We all know. And if you want to talk about the health of our neighborhoods, then come walk the business corridors with me. I have people that have small businesses, said ever since the law passed, Law 18, they don't see the folks coming around to buy in their stores. They're losing out. You will meet the merchants who are desperate for the foot traffic. Small businesses in my district are struggling because there simply are not enough people coming throughout the doors. Allow, what I'm asking, allowing responsible homeowners a way to legally host guests gives our local businesses a fighting chance, and brings life and energy back to our commercial corridors. This is not about me today. This is about hearing the cry. And New Yorkers, we can create the possibilities. We are the legislators, my colleagues. Let's talk about it. Let's make sure if there's one line you disagree with, but you cannot tell me all of the lines from 948A. Local Law 18 was well intended, and I will be here to say yes, but we need to learn to carve out. Maybe because I learned how to carve frogs, open them, and fix them up. Maybe we can fix that. So I'm asking my colleagues, let's stand together for the voiceless folks that we have. Give them a voice, give them a possibility. Please listen to the voices of the homeowners. And I will not leave here to tell you again, I'm not in a fight with labor. I'm not in a fight against, big folks. I just want to be the person that I am, that I'm addressing the cry. So I'm asking you again, my colleagues, please listen to the voices of the homeowners. I know a lot of you don't have a lot of homeowners, but some of us do. And those are the black, brown people and low-income people that are trying to stay in New York City. Listen to the people who are in the verge of losing their homes because the simply emergency or simply bill or single bill can push them over the edge. Single homeowners, their homes, because a single emergency or a single bill, extra water, can push them over the edge. You have seen on TV, folks lost their home because they could not pay the water bill. That's a fact of our lives. Maybe not mine or yours, but it is for some New Yorkers that build this city. And in my word, I don't want to curse in this place, build that, you know what. Listen to them, not to the media campaigns or fear-based narratives that ignore the reality of the community we represent. This bill is a balance. It is responsible. It is response to a very real need in our city. I want housing. I don't want to take the housing apartment, big 3-4 families out. No, no. Because I want people to be off the street. We need to do our part. and we need to keep on pushing. I urge my colleagues to support it and to stand with the families who simply want a hand up, not another hurdle. Give them a hand up to keep their home they love. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse. Thank you for the good early behavior on everybody's part. Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for holding this important hearing, for your leadership, and for including my bill. Introduction 1107, which provides fair and responsible flexibility for one and two family homeowners who seek to offer short-term rentals. Local Law 18 was created to address illegal hotels and protect our housing stock. Yet its implementation has placed a severe and unintended burden on small homeowners. These are families who live in homes they own and who are fighting to remain stable in the economic climate that has become increasingly unforgiving. Across Brooklyn, 1 to 2 family homeowners have lost more than $81 million. These losses are not abstract. They are monthly mortgage payments, long deferred repairs, and the only financial cushion that families have. At the same time, Brooklyn has now become the foreclosure center of New York City. In the second quarter of this year, Brooklyn recorded 129 first-time foreclosure filings, a 36% increase from the previous year. The city's foreclosure hotspot is in Canarsie and East Flatbush, where 17 new cases were filed in a single quarter. These are neighborhoods with large populations of Black homeowners who already face deed theft, diminishing equity, and a housing market that undermines their long-term financial stability. Council District 45 is 60% Black, making the 6th highest Black district in New York City. And these consequences fall hardest on the very families who have already faced generations of obstacles to wealth building. Introduction 1107 is designed to provide essential flexibility for owner-occupied homes. It ensures that homeowners can responsibly host guests, maintain the safety of their homes, and generate the income they need to stay rooted in their communities. Short-term rentals and owner-occupied homes do not remove housing units off the market. They do not diminish the city's housing stock. They provide a lifeline for families who want to remain in the neighborhoods they have helped to build. Introduction 1107 works in tandem with Introduction 948 to allow responsible hosting, permit responsible flexibility when the homeowner is not physically present, and to protect against the exploitative practices that Local Law 18 sought to stop. I also want to address the concerns that have been raised in the press. Some have claimed that these bills will remove housing opportunities or create new pressures in the market. The data proves the opposite. The crisis unfolding today is not caused by these homeowners trying to make a living. It is caused by rising costs, inequitable access to credit, deed theft schemes, and policies that treat small homeowners as commercial operators. We must preserve Black home ownership in this city. We must protect families who are on the brink, and we must provide real solutions and strengthen both housing stability and economic opportunity. This is urgent, necessary legislation that will help keep homeowners and New Yorkers in their homes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. I'd like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmembers De La Rosa, Abreu, and Public Advocate Jumaane Williams. Public Advocate, you have an opening statement?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As mentioned, my name is Jumaane Williams, Public Advocate for the City of New York. I thank Chair Sanchez and the members of the Committee on Housing Buildings for holding this hearing. I would say the last 48 hours has been pretty excruciating with back and forths in a way that I had not quite anticipated. So I'm going to go in and out of my written testimony to make sure I'm up to date with where I'm at. So one, just for context, when Local Law 18 was passed, I happened to be not as graceful as Councilmember and Chair Sanchez, but the chair of this committee. And one of the things that we said then very intently is that we did not want that law to be enforced on 1- and 2-family homeowners, knowing in particular the stress that they're being faced, particularly Black and brown and immigrant homeowners. And so I viewed what's happening here today as a way to try to correct that, because a lot of them did come under stress. So I came in with really trying to figure out how I can support this bill. But there is some flags that have been raised that are concerning. So as written, I'm not quite there yet. And so what I'd like to do with my testimony is really put forward the flags that I think are issues. And I'm hoping that Airbnb really answers the questions that are being asked today and commit to addressing some of these with the sponsors of the bill. Most of my testimony will be around Intro 948, and I know Councilmember Narcisse very well, and I know that she will work with everyone to try to get where we need to go, which is, I believe, get a version of this bill through so that we can protect the homeowners that we never expected to be impacted in this way in the first place. I think it's one thing for someone who lives in a neighborhood to utilize a short-term rental while on vacation on a way to keep their home. It's another to rent that same space for half the year while living in a completely different city or state, or in some cases, corporate LLCs who may fabricate proof of occupancy to run what is essentially an illegal hotel in a residential area. The first thing for me is making sure that even I believe that you shouldn't be able to Airbnb your space. So if you're owner-occupied or resident-occupied, you should be able to do that, but you certainly should not be able to do that for 6 months. And so I'm hoping that in the new version of this bill, there will be a time limit on how you can do that, particularly if you are not present. I think if you're present, it's differently. I also just want to make sure that we confirm, because I keep hearing different things, that if it's a 2-unit, you cannot Airbnb that second unit, because that would take units off the market, and we do not want to take units off the market. It is very, very clear that we allow people to do this to save their homes, but maintain the stability of the market, particularly in the rental units. The two things I heard recently, which I hadn't heard before, one is changing the definition of family. So I'd like to really get a better understanding if that is happening or it is not happening. I also heard that we may have already done that with some of the zoning changes that passed recently, so that is or it isn't. And lastly, something that came up to me was that this may not be allowed in many of homeowners' insurance or mortgage policies. If that's the case, and we find a way to move forward this addressing the flags that I and I'm sure others have mentioned, I just want to make sure we make clear to homeowners that they need to read their policies so they don't inadvertently get themselves into problems. So I am thankful for the sponsors for pushing this forward to try to correct and make the law what we intended the whole time. And I'm hopeful we can get to a point that either addresses those or very clearly says in the law the way it's written so it's different than what we think it is, or provide some more language to address those flags so that we can help our Black and brown immigrant homeowners stay in their homes, use this modality, but also not take units off the market, not violate any policies that they have. And we want to make sure it's also enforceable. So there may have to be some changes in how we enforce this to make sure that people aren't abusing the system. Lastly, I'll just say people abuse any system. They're abusing it right now, so the best we can do is just make it as enforceable as possible. So hopefully some of these questions get answered, and we can get a commitment to make any adoptions and changes to this so that we can get it across the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Public Advocate. Before I turn it over to our committee counsel to administer the oath, I just do want to highlight that despite my own concerns with the legislation, you know, I know that my colleagues have pure intentions. I know that they're trying to do right by folks who do need help. And I don't believe in cutting off debate, so here we are. That's why I didn't cut off my colleagues who are sponsors that in their intro remarks, but just looking at my colleagues for some nods, like let's try to keep it tight for the rest of our exchanges. And I look forward to powerful and productive discourse today. Council?
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and to answer all council member questions honestly? I do. Thank you. You may begin when you're ready.
And I have some good news on timing. I'll be covering testimony on behalf of all the city agencies. The others will be HPD and DOB are here for questions, but hopefully we'll pick up some time there. Chairperson Sanchez and committee members, other council members, and Public Advocate Williams, thank you for the opportunity to discuss Intros 948A and 1107A. My name is Christian Klosner. I am the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Special Enforcement, or OSE, which is overseen by the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. While the bill's stated intent is to be about 1- and 2-family homes, both bills impact every unit of housing in the city and threaten to fundamentally alter New York City's housing market. In my testimony, I will focus on 4 important points. 1, how New York City's existing short-term rentals currently operate. 2, how these bills could negatively impact the local housing market and for the many New Yorkers struggling to find stable housing. 3, how the bills will create a more dangerous environment for residents, guests, and first responders. And 4, how significant increases in short-term rentals will negatively impact quality of life. First, it is important to be clear about the current laws in New York City. For decades, the city's Housing Maintenance Code and Building Code have required the legal use of the city's housing stock in both apartment buildings and 1- and 2-family homes to be for permanent occupancy by a family. The term family allows not more than 2 boarders, roomers, or lodgers, it's a common phrase and a defined phrase, to rent part of the unit so long as the permanent occupant is occupying the unit and maintaining a common household with the lodgers. According to the legislative history, the limit of 2 boarders was proposed in 1967 to prevent excessive occupancy that would lead to, quote, inadequate facilities and, quote, neighborhood deterioration. When online booking services arrived, the short-term rental market significantly increased, taking thousands of long-term rental units off the housing market, and according to numerous studies, driving up the cost of rent. To combat this significant increase in illegal activity and its impacts, City Council adopted the Short-Term Rental Registration Law, also known as Local Law 18 of 2022. But let me be very clear. For far longer than these online companies have existed, it has been illegal to rent out your entire unit for less than 30 days or to rent part of your home to more than 2 guests, no matter how many units were in your building. Local Law 18 did not change the laws I just described. It simply required hosts to follow them. It did not ban short-term rentals. Instead, it made enforcement of existing protections far more efficient. It requires hosts to register, and it requires platforms to verify the registration status. Local Law 18 allows the city to actually prevent illegal activity from depleting our housing stock. It prevents the additional upward pressure on rents associated with short-term rentals, and it provides hosts the chance to know their rental is legal before putting it on the short-term rental market. Now, Intros 948A and 1107A risk undoing the significant gains made under Local Law 18. Let me start with a discussion of the impacts these bills could have on our housing stock. While both bills suggest they apply only to 1- and 2 families, each changes the definition of family in city laws. Changing the definition of family would apply to every home in the city, not just 1- and 2 family homes. For instance, 948A would allow every tenant in the city to host 4 adult guests and an unlimited number of people under 18 in their apartment. 948A also redefines 1- and 2 family homes from exclusively for permanent use to primarily for permanent use. And 1107A contains the same provision, although just for 2 family homes. While that may seem like an insignificant change, it is not. During litigation over Local Law 18, it was argued that 1- and 2 family homes should be allowed to have unhosted rentals for 182 days a year, relying on the phrase "as a rule" in the relevant building code occupancy classification. The city responded that the building code definitions of 1- and 2 family dwellings required they be used exclusively as permanent housing. The litigation against the city was dismissed, but now, through these bills, the City Council is being asked to legislate this interpretation and open the floodgates to unhosted short-term rentals. Here's what could happen with those floodgates open. As have been discussed already, 1 and 2 family homes make up over 28% of the city's housing stock and just over 14%, or 320,000 units, of our rental stock. This bill allows for the potential loss of this entire group of homes to the short-term rental market, which would be devastating, especially in the context of an ongoing housing crisis and in a moment when the New York City Housing and Vacancy Survey shows our net rental vacancy rate is just 1.41% and under 1% for the lowest cost homes. While difficult to quantify, the bill also has the potential to drive up purchase costs, making it even harder for families to afford their first home. Those who buy and take out a mortgage based on short-term rental income may be severely overextended the next time New York sees a tourism slowdown or an international pandemic, which would worsen the fears of foreclosure that we've heard about so far. Ultimately, if these bills increase speculation and reduce inventory, they will also increase market rate rents. 948A in particular would also incentivize investors to shop for properties as large as possible to accommodate 4 adult boarders and an unlimited number of children in order to maximize revenue. That will squeeze large New York City families, especially multi-generational families, who will have to compete for the same inventory in an already tight housing market. We hope the Council will also consider that tenants generally have fewer rights in 1 and 2 family homes when compared to other parts of the city's housing stock. This legislation will incentivize displacement of current tenants to use the unit for tourist rentals instead of for homes. Not only do these bills pose severe threats to the housing market, they create conflict with critical safety requirements. For example, allowing 4 boarders and an unlimited number of children will likely conflict with provisions of the Housing Maintenance Code related to how much light, ventilation, and space each occupant is required to have. It would also incentivize cramming large parties into small spaces or illegally converted basements, cellars, and attics. And according to my colleagues at the New York City Fire Department and the Department of Buildings, these bills pose unacceptable safety risks and do not make sense from a life safety point of view. 1 and 2 family homes, which are also referred to as private dwellings, are exempt from many of the safety precautions required for the kind of activity these bills would allow. They don't have sprinklers or fire alarms that automatically summon the fire department. They aren't required to be built with the same level of flame-resistant materials. They are among the city's most combustible buildings and amongst the most dangerous buildings in which the fire department conducts search, rescue, and firefighting operations. In fact, over the past few years, approximately a quarter of all structural fires in the city have occurred in private dwellings, and fires in private dwellings have accounted for a disproportionately greater percentage of serious fires and deaths from fires. These bills compound these existing dangers by 1, allowing commercial level use, 2, dramatically increasing the occupant load, effectively allowing conversion of private dwellings into multiple dwellings, including allowing an unlimited number of children who are some of the most vulnerable and likely to require assistance when escaping a burning building. 3, eliminating the required presence of a permanent occupant who knows the layout and location of exits. And 4, allowing a significant expansion of locked interior doors that pose safety risks for occupants and firefighters alike. In a fire situation, when seconds matter, any barrier that slows firefighters conducting search and rescue operations or that prevents a quick exit could cost lives. Finally, I will turn to concerns about the impact on our neighborhoods. OSC has received over 2,000 complaints both this year and last, and almost 3,000 in 2023. Complaints from neighbors of short-term rentals express concern over quality of life impacts, such as excessive noise, late-night parties on weekdays, trash piling up, and tourists ringing the wrong doorbell in the middle of the night. Some tenants allege that the illegal activity is done to harass them into giving up their lease. And more short-term rental guests are reporting concerns about consumer deception, unsanitary conditions, and a concern that their stays were illegal. It stands to reason that a sharp increase in short-term rentals where the host is not present will turn into a sharp increase in the impacts that lead to these complaints. I have attached to my testimony a chart that I will display here as well that shows the percentage of complaints each year broken down by building type. In 2018, the vast majority of complaints, 69%, were about units in multiple dwellings. Since then, as you can see in this chart, complaints about 1 and 2 families have made up an increasing percentage. And as of earlier this month, 2025 will be the first year in which there are more complaints about activities in 1 and 2 family homes than in multiple dwellings. These are people who have asked the city for help, and OSE asks this committee to consider these complaints as though the people filing them were here today to testify. For all of these reasons, the administration opposes these bills, and I ask the council to seriously consider their harmful, unintended consequences. Thank you again for the chance to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Public Advocate, and members of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. I'm Corinne Schiff, Deputy Commissioner for Environmental Health at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. On behalf of Commissioner Morris, thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the Health Department's pest control program and the legislation before your committee. The Health Department takes a multi-pronged, evidence-based approach across New York City to control rats, building on decades of experience. Our approach, called Integrated Pest Management, emphasizes inspections, monitoring, and removal of conditions that rats need to survive. Rats thrive when they have ready access to food and water, a place to live, and effective transportation routes. That means that reducing the rat population requires managing garbage, eliminating nesting areas, and repairing cracks and holes in sidewalks, structures, and buildings. Safe, targeted treatment using best practices is the final piece of an effective IPM program. Key components of our IPM program include proactive inspections of every property in a particular area, enabling the department to learn where rat activity is greatest and track progress over time, inspections in response to 311 complaints, enforcement actions against property owners who fail to maintain their properties free of rats, exterminations by our licensed pest management professionals on private properties where the owners fail to act and billing the owner for the work, monitoring, guidance, and technical assistance for city agencies to help them address areas in need of rat control, sealing or collapsing rat burrows in the public realm, and conducting outreach and education to help residents, property owners, and pest management professionals learn best practices for controlling rats. Many council members have sponsored our popular Rat Academy sessions, and we look forward to continuing to hold those with you. We describe our pest control activities on our Environment and Health Data Portal and provide detailed inspection information on our Rat Information Portal. New Yorkers can look up a specific property to learn what we observed at the inspection, whether we took enforcement action, and about any baiting by the department at the property. We know from the Health Department's inspection data that rat activity in New York City neighborhoods is not equally distributed. Some neighborhoods bear a higher burden of rat infestation. Those neighborhoods tend to be densely populated with high foot traffic, an abundance of food service establishments, and a higher proportion of public property. To effectively address rats, city agencies, property owners, and residents in these areas must work together. Rats do not observe property lines or distinguish between public and private ownership. To reduce rat populations in New York, everyone in a neighborhood, both private and public, must work together across our usual boundaries in times and places that matter most to rats. Turning to the legislation being discussed today, Introduction 1217 would require the Health Department to conduct inspections for pest activities and conditions conducive to pests within 10 days of receiving a 311 complaint, record information about our inspection findings, determine whether the location passed or failed the inspection, indicate whether the inspection resulted in a summons subject to civil penalties, and make such information available to the public. The department responds to every 311 complaint. Our current response time is 9 days, and we record our observations, make a pass or fail determination, and provide inspection and enforcement information on the Rat Information Portal. The department has no concerns about mandating these rat control activities in the administrative code. We would like to work with the council to clarify certain terms and components of the bill, such as the broad use of the term pests, references to enforcement activities under the purview of other agencies, consideration of a range of factors when setting our 311 response time, and regarding the details and timing of information on the RAT information portal. We look forward to working with you on the legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez, members of the Committee of Housing and Buildings, and the Public Advocate. I'm Gus Sarakis, Deputy Commissioner for Development and Technical Affairs at the New York City Department of Buildings. I'm joined today by Joseph Ackroyd, the Assistant Commissioner for Technical Affairs and Co-Development, as well as colleagues from the Department's Sustainability and Enforcement Bureaus. We are pleased to testify before the committee regarding Intro 1321, which would establish the first New York City existing building code to govern all alterations to existing buildings in New York City. Intro 1422, which makes corresponding changes to the New York City construction codes that are necessary to implement the EBC, and pre-considered Intro T 2025-4492A, which addresses periodic updates to the New York City Energy Conservation Code, and Intro 1456, which would extend the moratorium on fines related to violations of local laws and regulations governing signs on awnings and accessory signs, and require the Department of Buildings and the Department of Small Business Services to provide education and outreach regarding the applicable laws governing such signs. Before discussing the subject intros, I would like to thank the City Council and this committee for its ongoing partnership with the department. Our work together ensures that this city, with its over 1 million buildings and tens of thousands of active construction sites, not only has the safest built environment, but that we continue to evolve and keep pace with advancements in construction, design, and development. It is through this vital partnership that we keep those who live, build, and visit New York City safe. Intro 1321. New York City first published its first full building code in 1899, and those rules have been updated periodically, including significant code updates in 1938, 1968, and 2008. While these code updates are primarily intended for new buildings, they also govern alterations to existing buildings through a patchwork of provisions and cross-references to prior codes, department memos, and the state multiple dwelling law. As a result, the current framework for existing buildings is cumbersome, often requiring owners and design professionals to interpret overlapping requirements. The complexity of regulatory framework can be challenging to navigate, and current triggers can make significant alterations to existing structures cost prohibitive for many owners, as those owners may not be able to comply with all the requirements for new construction. The department has been working toward an existing building code since the development of the 2008 construction codes, and in 2014, the department embarked on a multi-year code development project to establish the city's first ever EBC existing building code. The EBC is based on the International Existing Building Code, the IEBC, and is the culmination of many years of research, analysis, and committee work. The IEBC is a model code developed and maintained by the International Code Council and is widely adopted throughout the country, including New York State. Its framework has proven successful in providing a clear incremental path for the rehabilitation and adaptive reuse of existing buildings while maintaining essential life safety standards. By aligning New York City's regulatory framework with this nationally recognized code, the department ensures consistency with best practices already in place across the state and nation while tailoring the provisions to the unique complexity and density of New York City's building stock. The EBC provides a comprehensive and streamlined regulatory framework, eliminating the need to consult previous codes when renovating an existing building. Because current triggers for upgrades to existing buildings are not incremental and often require formal variance reviews, the approval and permitting process can be lengthy. The EBC would limit the need for owners to obtain code variances from the department for certain scopes of work, thereby minimizing impediments to modernizing buildings. Most importantly, the EBC would enhance the safety of existing building stock by creating incremental compliance triggers regardless of alteration costs. These improvements accomplished by the EBC fall into three main categories: safety and modernization, efficiency, and sustainability. These improvements eliminate barriers to renovating existing buildings while ensuring a consistent level of safety across all building types. The proposed EBC accomplishes the following. Safety and modernization. Promotes compliance with modern codes by repealing the 1968 building code, which currently continues to apply to alterations, repairs, changes of occupancy, additions, and relocations of existing buildings. Provides comprehensive tenant and occupant protection plans for buildings occupied during construction activities, expanding on the current code regulations. Establishes new requirements for architectural investigations when the work area exceeds 50% of the floor area, ensuring that existing means of egress elements and rated assemblies are safe. Enhances fire safety by introducing new requirements for automatic sprinkler systems that address various unique conditions that occur in existing buildings. Creates a limited home improvement permit for 1- and 2-family dwellings to be filed by a homeowner or a licensed home improvement contractor, providing a path for homeowners to obtain work permits for specific types of home improvement alterations, often performed illegally without permits. Introduces limited alteration application permits for additional scopes of work, including window replacements, re-roofing, and elevator repair and replacements, which will result in improved compliance with the building and energy conservation codes. Increases accessibility in residential buildings when an alteration involves more than 50% of the dwelling units under a single ownership by requiring all common use facilities serving those units to comply with the accessibility requirements in Chapter 11 of the Building Code. Provides a standardized method to verify the stability of buildings being altered and requires a more thorough condition assessment when the proposed alterations increase the level of structural demand in the building. Efficiency introduces the concept of work area to replace the alteration cost as the trigger for when code requirements apply, which provides a more objective measure of an alteration size and code requirements. Streamlines and simplifies regulations related to changes of occupancy, including changes to occupancy classification and use. Establishes a simplified framework for the multiple dwelling classifications to comply with the complex framework of the multiple dwelling law that details the technical provisions of the MDL that are applicable to alterations to existing residential buildings. Sustainability increases the energy efficiency of the city's building stock by facilitating renovation of existing buildings while requiring incremental energy conservation upgrades. Allows the use of like materials, assemblies, and details in partial and restorative repairs of facades and roofs to facilitate incremental energy conservation upgrades. In combination, these reforms simplify how the department and the public navigate alteration projects, encourage investment in older buildings, and maintain public safety. The EBC will make it easier to preserve, modernize, and adapt our existing building stock while ensuring regulatory consistency across future code updates. At this time, I'm going to go off my script for just a quick second, just to let everyone know the existing building code was drafted with a large number of stakeholder constituents. We put an open casting call out to those interested in participating. This committee worked from 2019 to 2023, 14 technical advisory and managing subcommittees, 523 participants, 138 meetings, more than 13,700 hours that was dedicated to this. We're quite grateful at the department to have this much interest and expertise put forth to do this, all just for the betterment of the work that we all do and the city that we live in. Intro 1422. The companion bill to the EBC sets forth changes to the construction codes that are necessary to ensure proper implementation and enforcement of the requirements of the EBC. The amendments ensure consistency across all applicable regulations and support the EBC's broader goals of modernization, simplification, and safety. The bill repeals references to the 1968 building code, as well as provisions of the current construction codes that have been relocated to the EBC, including ordinary plumbing work, limited alteration applications, and tenant and occupant protection plans. This bill also includes changes to streamline the electrical final inspection process and to allow for an extension of time to complete repairs following a periodic elevator inspection. The department views the EBC as a pivotal step in continuing the modernization effort that began with the 2008 codes, building on our shared goal to make New York City's built environment safer to occupy and easier to maintain, and the regulatory framework simpler to navigate. Now on to pre-considered intro T 2025-4492A. In addition to the EBC, the committee also has before it pre-considered intro 2025-4492A, which updates the energy code. Just as the EBC modernizes the framework for existing buildings, this updated energy code ensures that new construction advances the city's goals for safety, efficiency, and sustainability, together forming a comprehensive, coordinated approach to improving New York City's built environment. The energy code, last updated in 2020, must be revised periodically to remain more stringent than the state code and to keep pace with evolving technology and climate standards. Buildings are the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in New York City, and maintaining a strong energy code is essential to addressing this challenge. The proposed revisions to the energy code are based on the 2025 New York State Energy Conservation Construction Code, which aligns with the 2024 International Energy Conservation Code developed by the International Code Council and with ASHRAE Standard 90.1. While the proposed revisions use the 2025 New York State Energy Code as a base, they also modify or add new language to the Energy Code tailored to the unique needs and characteristics of the city's built environment. Collectively, the proposed amendments will result in an average annual energy savings of 19.5% for newly constructed commercial buildings and 17% for new 1- and 2-family homes and small apartment buildings. The Energy Code revisions involved over 35 industry professionals and stakeholders who volunteered their time to participate in the process and who sat on either a residential advisory committee or commercial advisory committee and who participated in various subcommittees. I'd like to take a moment to thank the residential and commercial advisory committees and their members who contributed their expertise and time to the Energy Code revision process. These improvements will bring the most advanced standards for building envelopes, mechanical systems, and equipment to new development, ensuring that buildings constructed in New York City use less energy and are better prepared to support the city's path toward carbon neutrality. Finally, while this Energy Code update is the most stringent in the city's history, it represents only one component of the department's climate work. Looking ahead, the department will begin developing a performance-based energy code. Intro 1456. Turning now to Intro 1456, which would extend the enforcement moratorium concerning business accessory signs. Since 2019, when the initial moratorium was implemented, the department has taken several steps to further support businesses and assist them in complying with applicable regulations. This includes educating businesses about sign regulations, conducting outreach to businesses who have received violations from the Department for Illegally Installed Signs, establishing the Small Business Team, a dedicated resource to assist small businesses with any issues they might have, and launching an annual no-penalty accessory sign inspection program. The department is supportive of Intro 1456, which will extend the moratorium on the issuance of accessory sign violations for 3 additional years. We recognize and appreciate the need to continue to support small businesses. As such, we'd like to recommend 2 amendments to the bill. The first recommendation is expanding the universe of signs that would be covered by the moratorium. As drafted, the bill would extend the moratorium for signs installed prior to February 9, 2019. We suggest amending the bill to allow coverage for signs installed prior to February 9, 2025. This would provide relief to additional businesses, including small businesses. The second recommendation is expanding the pool of individuals who are allowed to install signs. Pursuant to Local Law 28 of 2019, there was a task force convened to evaluate the relevance and appropriateness of regulations concerning accessory signs. That task force issued several recommendations, including expanding the pool of individuals who are allowed to install signs to include other licensed trades with relevant experience and expertise to safely install the subject signs. There are approximately 43 licensed sign hangers. It is possible the limited pool of licensed individuals may contribute to delays in businesses complying with applicable regulations. Expanding the pool could enable businesses to more timely comply and could result in cost savings for the businesses. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. We look forward to working with you to move these important and critical pieces of legislation forward. We welcome any questions that you may have.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I just want to say this is like so exciting on the existing building code front. All of us who are small homeowners, we should be very excited. It represents a huge step forward in how we can address challenges in our home. And thank you for your patience as we go through this hearing. So I'm going to start with questions for the administration related to the short-term rental legislation before us. So first, a recently published report from the Community Service Society shows that 1 and 2 unit rentals house about 900,000 tenants. They are more affordable than other market rate units and disproportionately house Black and low-income New Yorkers. The report also notes that the vast majority of these renters are not covered by tenant protections. Nearly half don't have a lease. Rent stabilization only applies to buildings with more than 5 apartments, and good cause eviction laws only cover tenants in buildings where the landlord owns more than 9 units. So first, let me ask, how many 1 and 2 family dwelling units are currently registered as short-term rentals under Local Law 18?
Currently, approximately 2,223. They make up approximately 60% of applications and approximately 66% of approved registrations.
Can you repeat the last 2 numbers again?
Yeah, 60% of applications and 66% of registrations.
Thank you. Is there a number of units the administration sees as at risk of conversion to a legal hotel-type use as a result of the amended legislation? What analysis has the administration done on how allowing unhosted short-term rentals in this stock could increase rents and displacement for those tenants?
I will turn to my colleague Lucy to fill in, but potentially all of them, because the bills change the definition of family, they change the definition of what is allowed in the unit, and certainly as market forces marshal themselves to make these changes seen and felt, it could have an effect across the entire housing stock.
I'll just add that as part of the New York City Housing and Vacancy Survey, we've been tracking some version of seasonal or held for occasional use as reasons for a home being vacant and not available. And over the last few cycles, we've amended that given the housing market has changed, and in particular in 2021 and 2023. This is a larger group than just short-term rentals. It includes pied-à-terres, units that are held for investment purposes, but also—
I'm sorry, Deputy Commissioner, can we please have quiet in the chamber? Continue.
But also short-term rentals. We don't consider these homes to be to be vacant and available because they are not on the market. They are therefore in the category that we call vacant, not available for rent or sale. They're effectively not options for New Yorkers when they're seeking to move. In 2023, or as recently as 2023, we added logic to the computer-assisted personal interview called the CAPI that better enabled us to identify, based on the questions that field interviewers are asking, both as part of the occupied interview and as part of the information captured when we're assessing occupancy status. So we actually expect to continue to improve on this data moving forward. But we did see across the market some change between 2021 and 2023. You all have heard me talk a lot about our findings from the New York City Housing and Vacancy Survey over this time. We went from some of our highest vacancy to some of our lowest vacancy. This is across basically every category that we measure. But of those that are not available, about 102, almost 103,000, or 29% are in this category of seasonal or occasional use in 21, and that, like all other numbers, went down in 23, but it was still at 58,810 units that were not available for rent or sale as a result of this category. It is very difficult to predict, I agree with my colleague, who would opt in to any policy change. The best indicator is past behavior, but we do certainly track things like this because we know that changes in laws and rules do impact behavior, and we would certainly expect for applications to increase.
Thank you. If this legislation were adopted as written, what would prevent a private company from buying a one to two family home and evicting the tenants? What tenant protections exist for these New Yorkers who live as renters in these homes?
Why don't you start with the second part?
So I'll start with the second piece of that in terms of tenant protections. This is our relatively less protected part of the stock. Most rent stabilization applies mostly to larger buildings over 6 units. Good cause evictions, which was recently passed at the state level, excludes most of this stock. Owners have to have a certain portfolio size larger than 10 units. So these tenants don't have those same protections that we see in most of the other parts of our housing stock.
Thank you. And what options exist for that the City of New York has at its disposal to support struggling homeowners of 1 and 2 family homes? What feedback have you heard about these programs from advocates of loosening short-term rental restrictions on private dwellings?
So I'll also go back to part of your last question to make sure that we've answered it. The city does not have the ability to intervene in private market transactions in this way, so we would not have any ability to regulate who purchased these properties. The administration cares deeply and recognizes that there are many homeowners, particularly homeowners of color, who are struggling in the city to make ends meet, and this has been an incredible focus for us over the last few years. We have created the Office of the Homeowner Advocate in coordination with the council. We also have expanded our homeowner help desk. Through these means, we are working to support thousands of homeowners low and moderate homeowners citywide. We're helping them to keep pace with the cost of repairs, which is an incredible obstacle we know for many homeowners who are looking to remain stable. I would put in that bucket as well our Home Fix program. We also very recently expanded, also collectively with the council and our colleagues at the state level, the ability for homeowners to build accessory dwelling units. We've received over 2,800 applications from interested homeowners who are looking to build accessory dwelling units or ADUs. We also are frequently discussing here with the council our work to support owners who live in Mitchell-Lamas or other forms of HDFC co-ops through preservation financing. The council funds multiple housing initiatives that HPD administers with contracts partnering with vendors or other community-based organizations, $4 million for foreclosure prevention and $1 million for estate planning, both which are top of mind for many homeowners. Thanks to the leadership and financial support of the council, HPD has been making unprecedented investments in these homeownership programs, $23 million in Open Door, more than $3 million for the homeowner help desk. I mentioned already the $4 million for foreclosure prevention, $2 million related to outreach for things like the tax lien sale, and I mentioned the $1 million for estate planning and resolution. It's about $1.5 million for Home First, and almost $700,000 this fiscal year for Home Fix 2.0, our improved version of Home Fix.
Thank you. And feedback that you've heard from homeowners, specifically who are advocating for these types of regulatory relief?
We know homeowners are struggling. We are deeply concerned about both renters who are struggling with the challenges of our housing market and homeowners. We have had a ton of interest, as I mentioned, in our ADU program that speaks both to the importance of being able to find ways to stabilize some of these folks, but also to the interest in the program. Similarly, we've done a ton of outreach through the homeowner help desk, and that's been really successful so far. A lot of these were pilots that we've expanded, and that also is in response to take up outreach and interest as we've understood them, and really successful partnerships with a number of community-based organizations across the city who've been really important partners in reaching homeowners and really doing that work together.
Thank you, but no specific reactions to these programs? I've used that, it wasn't this or anything like that?
Unfortunately, our head of the Office of the Homeowner Advocate is not here today with some of the individual anecdotes that I'm sure she would have otherwise loved to provide, but we do feel that as a result of the feedback she has provided about her team's interactions, the feedback we've collected from community-based organizations, we have found that these are positive. We don't take that lightly. We are still working to continue to invest and expand in these programs always, but we are pleased with the initial feedback.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Mr. Klostner, Local Law 18's host presence rule gives you a clear, enforceable line. Either a permanent resident or occupant is there or they are not. How does the agency ensure today that the permanent resident is home? How do you know? If we remove that bright line in 1 and 2 family homes as contemplated in the proposed legislation, what specific practical tools could OSE use to distinguish a genuine primary residence from a de facto hotel without something like round-the-clock surveillance?
Thank you for the question. For sure, you asked earlier also what would stop corporations from becoming the hosts. Obviously, the registration law is hardly altered by these bills. These bills really alter the underlying laws that Local Law 18 is meant to enforce, and there's still a requirement that in order to obtain a registration, you have to be a natural person and the permanent occupant of the unit. I think the easiest way to explain part of the concern is several years ago there was a 2-family that we found in Bed-Stuy that had been bought by someone in Long Island, and within 6 days of filing the deed, there were probably a dozen Airbnb listings. When we went, we found that a 2-family in a residential district had been converted to house approximately 30 transients with no host on site. I think that kind of speculative investment to convert into short-term rentals will combine with an increase in fraud and illusory tenancies. It would have been very easy for that owner to give a lease to the person who was the host that we would not have known whether or not was legitimate or not. The way we know now is when we conduct an inspection, we ask, is the host here? Did they stay here? Are they staying with you? Right? If we have if we gain entry into the building, then we have the ability to look and see which areas are for the guests and are there the kinds of personal effects that would be there. Thinking about how we would police the host, well, let me say this also. Part of the registration process is that in order for a listing to be verified by the companies, it has to be associated with the registration. And so when someone submits a registration or application, or once they get approved and they seek to add a listing, we look at it. If it's clear that the person isn't going to be there, we give folks a chance to correct and say you have to make it clear that you will be present in the unit and you'll be staying there. So that adds a guarantee that the listing itself is legal. It also sends a signal to the guest as to what they can expect. So it adds in a layer of reporting by guests when they show up and the person isn't there and never was there. The guest might say, like, wait a second, this seems like maybe this isn't legal to me, and then they can report it. Let me pause there and let you hone me in if I haven't answered the question fully.
That is helpful. So how does changing the definition of 1 and 2 family dwellings from a structured use used exclusively used for residential purposes to primarily used for residential purposes impact the regulatory framework for such homes? You touched on it in your testimony, but if you could expand.
Sure. In the lawsuits that were filed challenging OSC's implementation of Local Law 18, it was very clear that the desired interpretation by the industry was that that the phrase "as a rule," somewhat like primary, would allow for unhosted rentals for 182 days under existing law. Right, and it is, in my view, no coincidence that when our response was no, it has to be exclusive, that these pieces of legislation now change the word exclusive to primary. That leads me to believe that the expected interpretation would be that independent of any of the other provisions in the rule, but just that change would mean that owners would have the right to live in a unit for 183 days and do unhosted rentals for 182. It's particularly concerning in 1107A that it is only in 2 families, which potentially creates, I would expect a challenge from the industry to say that that means so long as there was a permanent occupant in one of the units, then the primary use of the building would be primarily for permanent occupancy, and the second unit therefore could be occupied exclusively for short-term rentals, something that we absolutely cannot afford to give away in our housing stock.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one more question and then turn it over to my colleagues. Colleagues, we're going to start with short-term rental focused questions because HPD has to leave. So make sure that you get those in, and then we'll have a second round where you can ask about anything you want. I'm coming for you, Diobia. Okay, so my last question for now is, since local law, over the last decade, cities like Santa Monica, San Francisco, New Orleans, and Barcelona, as I mentioned in my opener, moved toward universal registration and host presence requirements precisely because carve-outs and exceptions for them proved impossible to police and were riddled with loopholes and challenges. Why would New York now move in the opposite direction and introduce new exceptions when our vacancy rate is at 1.4%?
Certainly, the administration encourages council not to do that. I will say that in that past decade in which I've been in this position the entire time, we've watched what other entities have done. Registration has been seen as the key to make sure that the city knows who's doing it and what's there. Early models were regularly successfully challenged by the short-term rental industry. It wasn't until Santa Monica passed their version that holds the online booking sites accountable for not processing transactions unless they verified that we had a workable prevention for unfettered short-term rentals. I also want to add, New York is somewhat unique. Most other jurisdictions adopt new rules to apply to an explosion or a proliferation of short-term rentals. In New York City, it has always been illegal to rent out your entire home, and so we have always had the good fortune to simply be able to enforce our existing laws and invent new ways like Local 18 to ensure that those local laws are followed.
Excellent.
I'll also, if I may, a huge part of my role at HPD is to evaluate new program changes in laws, new programs we put into effect. And while I know there has been research evaluating this issue coming out on both sides, what I would say with quite confidence is that 2 years is a very short amount of time for us to see the impacts of any change in the law or new programs and its effect on the market. So, I don't expect that while we shared some of the data that we have about this part of the stock and how that's changed from 21 to 23, I would just caution everyone that this is a very short time period.
Excellent. Thank you for that first round. Councilmember Narcisse. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to acknowledge that we have been joined by Councilmember Palladino.
I want to be clear on that because I am for structure. I love structure. But there's one thing that is in the room. that the elephant in the room that we need to address is the fact that people are losing their home for real, and it's black and brown folks and low income. What would you have me say to seniors, immigrants, workers, hardworking people, homeowners in my district and across the city that have been told short-term rentals are the lifeline they have, the only way they can afford their mortgage and stay in their homes in the city they love and the generational wealth we talk about? If you oppose this path, what is your alternative for those folks? I hear the nice, lovely statistic you gave, how you're helping, but when I'm looking on TV, I'm seeing somebody losing their home over $5,000. That's tough. And what we're doing, we're not saying local law 18 is the wrong one. I am 100% to understand it. But all I'm asking is to we have to kind of carve this little space for the people that need to breathe. So what do I say to those folks?
Councilmember, you're right. We share your concerns. This is an incredibly difficult issue, and some of the most difficult issues that we have in the housing policy space are when we are looking at how we protect both low and moderate income homeowners and low and moderate income renters at the same time. And some of that, in those moments, what we find that we try to do is to look at all of the potential consequences, and can we find policies or ways that we're, to every extent possible, helping both sets of communities who are all at risk in our housing market.
But right now, there is nothing. There is no recipe for those people that's losing their home. They're losing their home over $5,000. How many of the city of folks call them and say, I have that money for you. Let me take your deed, your home that you work so hard back to your hand. It has not been done. So when we're talking about why we don't go into this direction, I'm not a person that don't like conflict. I'm a nurse. I like to solve problems, come with a solution. I'm looking for that solution for those folks. And right now, would you say that New York City have the toughest law in the book right now for Airbnb protection?
Well, so on that,
I think we have one of the toughest one in New York City with structure, with the law and policy for short-term rental.
So on that piece, if you don't mind, I'm going to defer to my colleague, but I do want to respond to your earlier comment. It is incredibly important to us that we continue to invest in this space and make sure that we have the best possible programming. I did describe some of the ways that we've rolled out new opportunities, new things through our Office of the Homeowner Help Desk. We want your feedback, and we want to work with you to make sure that we are offering as many opportunities to stabilize people as possible.
But while you're rolling it, people are losing their home. They don't have a space. They're homeless, and the tenants become homeless with them too. That's the problem we're facing. And what's the percentage are we talking about in the housing market? We have vacancy in Nassau we cannot even fix right now. So why don't we fix that, administration? Fix that and make sure people have more opportunity before we touch an area that people invest their livelihood in. Give them a chance. That's all I'm asking. No politics, nothing like that. I'm not interested in politics. Well, a lot of people that knows me, I'm more like straightforward, talk about it, let's find a solution. I don't want to fight with anyone. I just want a solution for those folks that are coming to me. And I feel like that's my responsibility to carve it out, to make sure that we give them a room to breathe, and yet make sure that people that we don't have developers buying the whole block and doing all that. That's not what I'm in for. I'm not in that. I'm not interested. But I'm interested in those people that are crying on my shoulder. Now you can answer your question. Thank you.
Sure. And I appreciate your passion, and I can say that I share the sympathy and understanding. We've heard, I have personally heard from hundreds, if not thousands, of hosts at this point. We did extensive rulemaking hearing, and what we heard from people is that they wanted to use short-term rentals to pay their mortgage, to pay their bills.
It's real.
We understood that. We heard that loud and clear. And we're also mindful that small homeowners and two families, if a tenant stops paying rent, are at a greater risk than an owner of a large building. That was a very clear takeaway. I will say a couple of things. All the folks that bought these homes with the rules in place that prohibited them from having entire home short-term rentals. And that it cannot be that the solution to allow them to generate income, which they can do through legal short-term rentals. My office has bent over backwards to help people, to help them understand the process to clear up violations that would prohibit a registration, to help them understand that the property they bought doesn't have a certificate of occupancy that allows what they were led to believe. We've heard from a lot of homeowners who were sold properties with illegally finished basements and attics that they thought this is valuable living space, and in fact, it's illegal and dangerous living space. We work with them to correct them. When we had a huge backlog, I was in the office until 9 o'clock at night, giving people 20, 30 minutes of my time, walking them through point by point. Here's what the law is. Here's what you can do. The other thing that we can do and that we need folks to do, especially if it's a two-family, is rent the unit to a permanent tenant.
I have folks that rent out the unit. People cannot pay. They have disabled folks. And because of the lifeline of the short term, they're able to maintain the roof over their head and the person that it needs in the New York City instead of being on the street of our city. We're talking about legalize the basement. Not many places we cannot do that, especially in the coastal areas. That's a problem. So in the meanwhile, the little less than 1% we're talking about, we're not taking the right away. We give them a lifeline and we let them stay in their home. And the structure we have, I am for structure. I am for rules. And then New York City have the toughest one in New York City. So let's make sure that we give them a little way, a little wiggle way for them to maintain it legally, and for them to be able to pay the mortgage. I don't want to see extra folks, more folks on the street of New York being homeless because they cannot maintain a home that they love, they invest in, and to stay in their community. That's all I'm asking. I'm not being difficult, and they're not being difficult. If they were being difficult, I would be the first one to walk out.
I certainly, no one thinks you're being
I'm not a difficult person. I'm easygoing, but we have to get solution to our problems. And the problems right now, the way it is, they don't have a lifeline. It's just like I have a lifeline. I'm in a hole. In a deep hole. Somebody give me a rope and you cut it totally. That's what Local 18 did to them. Drop them back. So let them go forward and give them a chance to breathe. That's all I'm asking. And HCC, everyone, I'm ready to talk about it. This have to go through to give a lifeline because it's a black and brown people and low income. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to our bill sponsor. I'm going to go through the council colleagues who signed up for questions, and then if there's a second round and you have more questions, of course, you can let us know. You can let me know. So next up is Councilmember Abreu.
Thank you, Chair. New York State's multiple dwelling laws bans unhosted rentals under 30 days unless a permanent resident is present. If Intro 948A removes the host preference requirement, how would your office enforce permanent occupancy?
948A actually doesn't remove the host presence requirement in multiple dwellings. It only removes it in 1 and 2 families, which is in its own somewhat problematic to treat people differently depending on what kind of unit of housing they live in. But the larger question about permanent occupancy is a very good one. It is very challenging to prove permanent occupancy. When Local Law 18 was adopted, part of the goal was to let legal short-term renters have a very clear path forward by knowing before they put their listing up. I mean, look, if you go online right now, you'll be told that if you rent your entire place for 7 days, you can make $2,600. That's illegal, right? But that's the recruitment. And when a host does that, thinking, oh, it's online, and we've heard this from defendants in lawsuits, if it's online, how is it not legal? Then people are putting themselves in harm. They're getting fines because they're breaking the law. So protecting them from those fines by giving them a clear path, registration, showing that they live there, was part of the goal. Knowing that we were going to be regulating legal hosts, we made it very easy to prove permanent occupancy. 2 pieces of mail that show that you are getting mail at the address that you are trying to register that are not the kind of mail that you would want to go somewhere else, utility bills, tax statements, things like that. If they don't have to, and in the course of doing that, people are sending us false documents on a regular basis and lying to us about where they are. And if they have multiple homes, I've had applicants say, I live in 2 places, right? The kind of investigation that we would need to do to prove which place they live in advance would require far more documentation. would likely require proof that they're paying income taxes in New York City. And then if we had reason to believe that they actually had lied to us and were not the permanent occupant, and they're not required to be there during a stay, requires a degree of enforcement that nobody wants, right? Like, are we going to have to go to their house 180 days a year to prove that they don't actually live there? Do we have to do a pre-inspection before we grant a registration? Right now, we don't do that. That was the original proposal, and OSC said we don't need
Thank
to
you.
have.
I want to be able to get in one more
inspection.
question
Okay,
before my
sorry.
time's end. I think you've answered it.
And also, if anything is about housing, I think we're running out of time with Deputy Commissioner Jaffe.
If property owners begin buying homes with mortgages dependent on short-term rental income, how does OSC envision enforcing permanent occupancy when the financial structure depends on non-permanent use?
I don't envision that we would get to the point where we were thinking about the wisdom of the mortgage, but I appreciate the question, and we touched on this in our testimony. Just like COVID was devastating to homeowners, many of whom are here to testify today, any slowdown, any pandemic, when you are assuming a certain amount of mortgage payment based on income that could evaporate either through competition, through changes in regulation, et cetera, could be potentially devastating. And I don't know if Deputy Commissioner Jaffe has anything else to add about foreclosure.
I think what I would note is that, which may be relevant to your question, what we're talking about here is, like the rest of our stock, mostly occupied homes. We have an incredibly low vacancy rate. It plummeted between 21 and 23. So when we talk about the potential impacts, either because someone is newly purchasing the home or existing and someone is saying that they are now going to start using short-term rentals as a lifeline for helping to stabilize, there is already someone living in that home currently, someone who is also likely to be vulnerable. The income of renters in 1 and 2 family homes is significantly lower than the income of owner-occupied residents of 1s and 2s. Doesn't mean that they're not both struggling to keep up with costs, but this just is something that we have to think about when we talk about any expansion or this as a new lifeline for folks. We are talking about potentially the necessary removal of the current tenant, which exacerbates some of our current challenges.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Abreu. I'd now like to call Councilmember Hudson, followed by Zhuang.
Thank you so much, Chair. And forgive me in advance if you've shared some of these numbers, but I just want to make sure I have them correct. How many 1 to 2 family homes are currently registered to host under the existing provisions of Local Law 18?
2,223.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, how many 1 to 2 family homes that were previously short-term rental hosts no longer did so after Local Law 18 passed?
I think we'd have to look for more data to get there.
So you can follow up
Yeah, I think we'll have to follow up
with us? Okay.
So one of the things I can note, it is, apologies, Councilmember, I noted this, that we group seasonal or occasional use together. That includes, but is not limited to, short-term rentals. Of those that were available for rent, meaning they were not being used as seasonal or for seasonal or occasional use in 21. By 23, we actually saw an increase of 6% of those were now being used for seasonal or occasional use as of 23. Some of the data, obviously, right, we'll be back in the field in 27, so this is not the perfect timeline to which to look at a recent law change, but we have seen both plummeting vacancy, an overall decrease across the board and in the units that we consider to be off the market because they are off the market for occasional or seasonal use. But of those that were available for rent in 21 when we had more vacancy in the market, some have moved towards seasonal or occasional use as of 23.
Okay, thank you. And how many 1 to 2 family homeowners do you anticipate will apply for registration should this law pass?
we really
know
can't.
it's hard to say.
It's hard to say, right? But there is nothing to limit, right? There's no group that you could say this group could and this group could not, at least as currently contemplated under the law.
Okay, and then my last question, how do you interpret the bill's use of the term primarily rather than exclusively regarding host occupancy? And what do you believe this means regarding what types of 1 to 2 family homeowners may be eligible to list their homes for short-term rentals?
Yeah, I think with respect to my colleagues' time and the committee's time and the other folks, we did touch on that earlier, and I would like to just rest on the prior comments just to not retread on ground, or I'd be happy to meet with you to go over that point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Hudson. Councilmember Schwan?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, come to testify. I have a couple questions. The first one, on your testimony, you said the department responds to every single 311 complaints. Our current response time is 9 days. I just want to know how accurate it is.
We're doing the Airbnb first.
Oh, where?
We're talking about the 948A first.
So our current response time to 311 complaints for an inspection is 9 days, and we do respond to every 311 complaint. Not every response is an inspection. We may get, for example, multiple complaints about the exact same location within a short period of time, and so not every complaint requires an inspection, but every complaint is reviewed by one of our staff to assess whether an inspection is needed or some other response.
But very often we see from our constituents, the 311 complaint they filed, they never get a response, suddenly it's closed. And also, according to current law, require inspection done within 90 days. So this issue have to be fixed. And all those news, according to the information you gave, all those news are fake news, right?
So we do respond to every 311 complaint. In order to look into your comments that there are complaints that we haven't responded to, I would need to see the details of that. But we do respond to those complaints. A staff person will review, and as I noted, not every response requires an inspection. If, for example, we have recently conducted an inspection and are working with that property owner to make sure that the rat conditions are addressed. And we do encourage people to check the rat information portal where we list all of the inspection work that we do. We list there so New Yorkers can go and check you can type in a specific address and check to see our activity, the date that we were there, whether we've conducted baiting, whether we've done enforcement action. To respond to specific 311 complaints, I would need to see those, and we would be happy to follow up. Sometimes those can help us troubleshoot if something went wrong, but I can't answer about specific 311 complaints.
We have a lot of 311 complaints in my district, and then yesterday I got one. The person lived next to the subway station. Subway station has a lot of rats. The homeowner bait their home, and the rat come to their house and bite their small dog.
So I would be happy to follow up with you about that.
Now they filed 311 complaint. The 311 complaint just closed.
Why don't we follow up with you about that specific complaint?
We have a lot of cases need to follow up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Zhuang. So entering round two, I have just 2 more questions that I think might be for HPD, and then I think Councilmember Narcisse also has some questions. So has the city tracked investor or private equity purchases of 1 and 2 family homes in recent years? If 948A were to allow more profitable unhosted short-term rentals, do you anticipate the intensification of speculative buying in working-class neighborhoods, as advocacy organizations have raised concerns about, and what data are you relying on?
Thank you for that question, and I am deeply sorry for the inconvenience of I have a family obligation to leave for. do not have a role in regulating these transactions, as I mentioned earlier. We attempt to track as much as we can about what's happening in the housing market. This is one of the very challenging things for us to look at, and the state actually recently took action. They passed a law that will go into effect January 1st, 2026, which would require non-exempt LLCs to disclose beneficial owners. It is one of the biggest obstacles to us really understanding who is purchasing or owns homes across the city. So unfortunately, right now, it's pretty difficult for us to have good insight into that. We are hoping that that will be easier. We don't actually know or I'm not totally clear on our access to the data eventually, but hopefully that'll be something that we can get a better sense of over time. It's always quite difficult to predict what will happen in the future for any number of reasons, both directly in response to a change in the law, but also with just the fact that so many different things, unpredictable things can happen that influence behavior. I can't say we can rule out that could happen, but it would be hard for me to say what we think would happen.
Thank you. Just a quick clarifying question. You said which kind of LLCs are required to disclose beneficial owners?
Non-exempt foreign and domestic LLCs will have to disclose beneficial owners.
In regular people terms?
That is a very good question. I don't have a definition of exempt with me today, and I would be happy to follow up. Apologies for not catching that.
No problem. Thank you. Just want to make sure we know what we're getting, and if there's legislation that the council should consider to make it further clear. Okay, so next question. I have deep concerns that the permanent resident rule and unit-specific registration would mean that a second unit or an accessory dwelling unit in a two-family home will be illegally turned into full-time short-term rental use, even if that's not the intention of the sponsors. So I think you touched on this a bit, Mr. Klosner. So formal, right? I think you touched on this a bit, but again, how would OSC verify that that second unit is not being used exclusively for short-term rental guests once the owner is allowed to be off-site? You talked about documents. How does that help you? And you talked about sending inspectors more frequently, but what does it really look like?
Sure. When the local I-18 was being negotiated, OSC took the position that we did not want to do a pre-registration inspection. But I think a pre-registration inspection would be critical to determine that someone's personal belongings were on site. And of course, we know from San Francisco that people would stage their units to make it appear. It would be that we would perhaps have to have audits and then consequences for not being granted access. That is not something that we want. I don't think it's something that the hosts that are here to testify wants. It would be very hard, though. Proving that someone lives there when they actually are not there for most of the year is guaranteed to be an intrusive process in order to be effective, or it is guaranteed to not be effective.
Thank you. Can you do that with, let's move into a world where this is the case. Can OSC conduct pre-registration inspections with existing resources? Because I did note that both we and OMB saw a fiscal impact of 0, but that sounds like a lot more work for your agency.
If there weren't additional resources, then it would mean taking all of our enforcement staff away from actually responding to complaints that I discussed in my testimony, something that I think would not meet the city's obligations to do. I also note that a pre-inspection would subject the homeowner to any violations that an inspector saw when they were on site. We do not have a capacity to do advisory inspections for 1- and 2-family homeowners who have never received a violation. Many of those would instead result in a request for corrective action instead of a violation, so it may not be that risky. But if the property had a history of violations, it could be that going to make sure someone is the permanent occupant could result in lots of fines that could simply be avoided by not getting rid of the permanent occupant rule.
Yeah. Thank you. Have you seen false or misleading documentation? Do you expect there to be more?
Yes, I have. Yes, I do.
Thank you. And last question, then I'll turn it over to Councilmember Narcisse. Since Local Law 18 took effect, does the city have an estimate of how many units have attempted, or how many owners or apartments have attempted to or have returned to short-term rental use to the long-term rental market? If we pass 948 and 1107, what is your best estimate of how many? I think you actually answered this earlier, so apologies. If you did, just say I already answered that, but I just want to make sure not to miss this question.
So as you know, because we have the occasion of talking to you a lot about the New York City Housing and Vacancy Survey, it's a longitudinal study, and within the decade we go back to the same homes, which gives us the unique opportunity to see how exact occupants of a home and that home has changed over that time. So we are 2 surveys into this decade. Normally it's 3. We are doing 4 for extra credit this year because of conflict with the decennial census in 2020. So we will, I mentioned that we saw of the homes that were on the market and available for rent in 21, when we had actually a pretty high vacancy rate, the highest that we've had in decades. And then when that vacancy rate plummeted in 23, we saw about 6% of those homes not become occupied as rentals, but instead become occupied or taken out of our vacancy calculation and become unavailable for rent because they were now being used for seasonal or occasional use. That reflects a change in how we think an improvement of how we are assessing. To some of the point, it is quite difficult to assess seasonal or occasional use, and we made improvements on that for 2023. We will be back in the field starting this January and in front of the council with findings in 27. I know that's not timely enough for this bill, but we do expect to be able to share at least what we've seen over that time period at that point.
Thank you. Councilmember Narcisse?
Thank you for being here. And I can help by saying the reason that you cannot figure out the number, because what we're talking today is so minuscule. It's less than 1%. And I want to ask a question. Do you know what's the vacancy rate at NYCHA houses right now? Do you know by any chance?
I actually don't work at the New York City Housing.
You don't have no clue. What's the vacancy rate in NYCHA right now?
I don't know. I'd have to defer to my colleagues.
Because that will help me, because I love numbers. That will help me to tell you what we can do right now to make sure people that's homeless, people that really need, dying need, can get a place, a roof over their head. Let's do that and concentrate on that. That would be very helpful. For the help desk, for the homeowner, how many foreclosures that you were instrumental in making sure that they don't go through the process of foreclosure? They were able to hold their home in all the work, that wonderful work that we're doing.
I'm looking to see. I don't know that I have numbers specific on foreclosures. I can absolutely check with my colleagues and get back to you on that.
You get me. So did you make any effort in the light of what you saw on TV of that guy that was crying for help, saying that his house in foreclosure for about, I think, $5,000? Or have you ever have a chance to collaborate with the court system that we have? Because a lot of foreclosure go through the court system. So have you made any attempt of getting the list to see how we can help folks out? Because sometimes people in need, they don't even know who they reach out to. They don't even know about the owner help desk. But now we have a few folks, very minuscule, less than 1%, that are asking for help. They're suffering because of a law that we passed. So now we cannot be stubborn and hard-headed and not looking for a solution to this problem. That's all I'm asking. Because like I said, I don't like not having solution to problems. Because if a person tell me they're sick, I used to do home care or I was in the ER, I have to bring a solution. You're the expert, you're the smart people. So let's try to see how we can help those that are crying. I cannot ignore them because they're real. They're coming to my office. And once upon a time, I think a few years back, Canarsie area had the highest foreclosure. And this is real. And that's all I'm asking. I'm not being difficult. I know some folks may say, why is she touching it? I'm touching it because my heart is touching, because I can understand how somebody's struggling and they cannot get help. And they just need a lifeline. They're not asking us to be in our shelter. They're not asking us to give them money, but give them opportunity to hold their home. That's all. Simple. I'm very simple, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Your partnership on this issue, your advocacy for on this issue is incredibly important, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. I do want to note that the Homeowner Help Desk received over 2,900 or provided foreclosure prevention services for over 2,900 households. We just kicked off a public awareness campaign about the Help Desk on November 14th. One of the issues that you talked about, making sure that folks really know who and where to reach out to, are aware of our programs. We know this is a major obstacle and something we're really working on, and that's part of the structure of how we've set up some of our homeowner support services. So not only is it HPD, but we are then partnering with the Center for New York City Neighborhoods, who is then also contracting with 17 community-based organizations to make sure that we have the widest reach possible. We've done direct outreach events, counseling, even individual door knocking. We held 66 lien sale events. We had more than 1,500 attendees. 2,885 people received counseling by that network of local community-based organizations that I mentioned. We've knocked on over 6,500 doors. We've also done some remote outreach, so almost 475,000 mailings, 71,000 phone calls, 16,000 emails, 18,000 flyers. We've also attempted to do some marketing across traditional, digital, and social media. So we've received millions of views through Link NYC kiosks, radio
I love
ads.
your work. You don't even have to go because we partner. But I want to know how many that we stop from having a foreclosure, and that number, if we can tally that number, then I can say, okay, that we're doing amazing work. I'm doing all that. You know I'm big on that.
Yep.
But there's not, my colleagues probably not as much as I'm afraid of foreclosure, because I don't want nobody to have foreclosure. And when I'm hearing those stories, they hurt. They hurt. And my last question, if I may, 50% of folks that live in the city, the highest ever, happen to be Black folks. And a lot of them happen to be those folks that own a home. They cannot afford to do it. And that's the reason I am asking. Let's do this. Let's carve it out a little bit, like the frog that I used to do in nursing school, to give people a lifeline. That's all I'm asking. And the businesses and the small and the Black, brown folks and low-income folks. That's all. So we're going to work this together and then reach an agreement to make sure people have a lifeline. That's all I'm asking. Thank you, Chair, for your amazing time, for being so understanding of my passion, because I'm hearing it over and over, and now I'm like this. What do I do? What do I do? So we can do this. Let's clean out the vacancy, put more apartment in the market. The law that we have, let's make sure it's fair and folks can hold their home they work hard for. If anything, I have to run because I have turkeys giveaways. So I appreciate you. I'm gonna have in the hearing, I'll be following you guys, but let's do it. We are New Yorkers. We don't want New Yorkers to live, especially those that work so hard for our city, to hold it down. Let's hold it down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't want you to get booted. Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse, for joining us for that much time today. I really appreciate your presence here and you speaking firsthand. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Jaffe, for your daily installment of HPD hearings in the council the last few weeks.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. So I now want to move to the existing building code. first question is, rather than another incremental update to the 2022 code, the Department of Buildings has chosen to create a full existing building code. In plain terms, can you describe why that was necessary and how will owners, especially of older housing stock, like me, benefit from having a separate, clearer framework?
Thank you, Councilmember. So I think the current regulatory scheme around doing alterations in existing buildings is a challenging one. Some of you may know the adoption of an existing building code was actually part of the model code program back in 2003. Unfortunately, the national, international existing building code could not be adopted wholly by the consensus committee at that time, and we needed to do a lot of work to draft something unique for New York. The provisions that you see here have been specifically crafted around the fact that we have so many unique things, including the New York State multiple dwelling law. Right now, if you were to alter a building, 3/4 of the city is 1- and 2-family homes, and 3/4 of the city was built before 1938. So that means if you're property owner, there's a high likelihood you're living in a 1- or 2-family home that is approaching 100 right now. The new modern standards that are in the International Building Code that we've adopted, the plumbing code, the mechanical code, the fuel gas code, they're geared towards new construction. And it's not a good fit for our older building stock that's approaching a century. We took the International Existing Building Code as a framework and then worked with our team, both internally at DOB, outside consultant experts, as well as committee members across a broad set of stakeholders to make sure that we took into account all of these provisions. But right now, if you were to work in one of these buildings, for instance, you would have to start with the administrative code, which was 2022 administrative code. Then hopefully the scope of work, you try to use the 1968 code as a permission. So you have to go back to the 1968 code. Then if that code permits you, because the scope of the work that you're proposing to do is less than 30% of the cost of the building, a very subjective number that you now have to prove to the buildings department, then you can go back to the 1938 or earlier codes that your building was actually designed to. But at the same time, because technology and safety has advanced, there is still a list of 20 items in the administrative code that must comply as new or with some other set of regulations. Now, if that building happens to be a 3-family, then you're also required to comply with the New York State multiple dwelling laws. So you have the 22 admin code, the 1968 code, the 1938 code, the 1929 multiple dwelling law, and the current plumbing, mechanical, fuel, gas codes, and maybe parts of the building code for fire safety. That is overly complicated, not just for property owners, but the buildings department has to train our examiners. We have to train the staff to answer questions about this to everybody from a small property owner to land use attorneys, to you name it from that standpoint. And we have to interpret for the public and for the city council as well.
Just clarifying, did you say that in 2003, the consensus committee could not adopt?
They started, they were unable to conclude, which is how we ended up with the 28101.4.3 and the 1968 code continuing on. And the long list that I think it started out as like 10 items and it has grown to 20.
And you were here for that in 2003?
I was not. That predates me.
Oh, okay.
It predates me. But
I was going to say,
man,
Gus knows it all.
we do have some folks at DOB that are still remember those days. Yeah.
Awesome. How often does that patchwork lead to errors in alteration applications or delays in approvals? And how does we know how the existing building code will resolve that, but what have we seen in the past in terms of mistakes?
Oh, this is, significant in that, there's debates, let's say, when there's changes that impact, let's say, a fire or life safety system that is, in some instances, required to comply as new, and in other instances, permitted to stay using the same existing system design, but with updated components. These end up being determinations that require going to borough commissioner that can then be later appealed. They can hold up a project for a significant amount of time, may require you to, in some instances, the uncertainty and then finding out after plan review and denial of an appeal or a variance request, it may be the end to your project because you can no longer afford to go forward. What we're hoping to do here is give clarity and understanding as to what the requirements are up front for everyone, so that way people can make an informed decision before ever visiting DOB as to what the requirements are.
Thank you. One concern has been that code triggers can force very costly all or nothing upgrades. Can you give us some real examples where the existing building codes, work area, and level of alteration concepts will reduce unnecessary costs while still maintaining safety? And my pet from your items highlighted in testimony, you mentioned that you're creating, the EBC creates a limited home improvement permit for 1- and 2-family dwellings to be filed by the homeowner or a licensed home improvement contractor. Can you talk a little bit about the scopes of work that this change contemplates?
Sure. So two-part question there. I think some of the changes as far as being incremental improvements as opposed to wholesale upgrades, there are instances, the current scheme that's adopted in the 1968 code, for instance, is cost-based. It requires the property owner and the professional to present the cost of construction and demonstrate that the cost of construction as compared for the last 12 months as compared to the value of the building. So now we're expecting our examiners to be experts in 5 different sets of codes and to be property assessors and construction cost estimators and to debate, whether or not sprinkler work should cost that much. One of the scenarios, for instance, seismic retrofit has been a challenge. New York City has had seismic requirements since 1995. Right now, I think if you're adding new foundations or reinforcing new foundations to an existing building and then increasing the weight on those foundations by 20%, you're required to do a full seismic upgrade. That, in some instances, prevents people from doing work on older buildings. The proposed existing building code before you has incremental improvements that can be done. So, for instance, when you're working in a building with wood joists and bearing on masonry walls, when you're within the work area, the area that you're actually proposing to touch, you're now required to connect those wood joists back to the masonry wall. We provide prescriptive details of how to go about doing that if you don't want to pay someone to design them. But the idea is that the designer can come up with their own detail, and as you're renovating a space, you're providing this incremental improvement that will improve the building's structural stability overall. And it's a quick and easy thing to do when you're already renovating the space. So, for instance, if you're completely renovating an apartment, you have the ceiling down, maybe for some other reason, you have the ability to provide this very cost-effective measure to improve structural stability, which would not only improve a building performance in wind or an earthquake, but adjoining construction and just overall, long-term care of the building. As far as the limited alteration applications themselves, that was something that the department has had good success with on the plumbing, fire suppression, piping, and boiler areas, and we thought there's good ways to expand this. Right now, there's probably a lot of ongoing work, construction work that requires a permit happening in 1- and 2-family homes that it's not getting the benefit of a plan review. It's not getting a benefit of a licensed contractor. It's not getting a benefit of maybe a DOB inspection to help steer it in the right direction. And those buildings, they're going to be around for some time and could present hazards. Our attempt here was to come up with prescriptive work that can be performed probably by a homeowner or reported by a homeowner. So that way we can at least track, identify, and provide guidance as to what the criteria would be for that scope of work. Do you want any particular examples?
Yeah, I think we're really excited about the home improvement alteration limited home improvement alteration. The fact that a homeowner can now do some of this work as well as a home improvement contractor would be a savings in that you wouldn't have to hire a registered design professional or an architect or an engineer to file plans with the department. Some of the scopes of work include creating storage closets, insulating roofs, the attics, as well as alterations to existing kitchens, bathrooms, and toilet rooms. So that's a very common type of alteration in these homes. And obviously, you would still have to hire a licensed plumber and electrician to do that type of work, but we think that it's really going to be a benefit having a home improvement contractor doing these alterations without having to go through the plan review that would be required if you did it with a licensed design professional.
Thank you. You gave me a lot of ideas. Lastly, and then I'm going to turn over to Councilmember Riley. Some stakeholders have implied that certain provisions, like the updated ordinary plumbing work definition, were sprung on them as we've had discussions over the last few months. Can you briefly describe the committee process on how consensus was reached to make clear that industry representatives were at the table for these decisions?
Yes, definitely. So all of the provisions of the code, whether it's the existing building code or any of our other code revision processes, I'm going to give a plug for our 2022 code, which is already under revision by Joe and his team for future adoption. And we have active committees right now, hundreds of stakeholders meeting on a regular basis, going through the requirements. Our consensus process states that if any one member of the committee has an objection such that they cannot live with the text, they don't have to love every word of it, but if they cannot live with the text, that they can declare mediation, and we can move the text out of the committee consensus process and into the mediation process. There were attempts through this process to try to come up with some kind of language that addressed everyone's concern and obtain consensus. That is common for our mediation process. And ordinary plumbing work was the only item that we could not get everyone back to the table and get consensus on. The department took positions from all of the stakeholders. We have then we hear them out. Then we come up with what we propose as the solution, and we issue a mediation memo out to both the managing committee, the admin and enforcement committee in this instance, as well as the plumbing committee. The mediation memo was actually issued June 11 of this year as the final document, and it included the background and all of the key parties who testified, as well as the final text that the department chose to put into the document. I think, on the positive side, the fact that, this whole front half of my three-ring binder is the hard work of the committee members. The only thing that they could not agree on was that one item where we addressed the concerns, but it was an open concern for quite some time, and we did do a lot of outreach as part of the mediation process to make sure that everybody was at least aware of what the department's final position was going to be.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Councilmember Riley.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez, and thank you for your leadership in hosting this hearing today. Thank you to the administration for being here. Just have a few questions. Given the data indicating that rents have increased and vacancies have remained flat since the implementation of Local Law 18, despite a significant decrease in short-term rentals, what specific evidence does the agency have to demonstrate that the current regulations are effectively addressing the housing shortage and the affordability crisis?
Local Law 18 wasn't meant to address it in its entirety, right? Rent is a complex set of factors. And people who are described, let me say what Local Law 18 was intended to do. It was intended to stop permanent housing from being used from short-term rentals because it was linked to rent increases. It was not intended to lower rent. It was meant to stop people from taking units of housing out of the housing stock.
So I understand that, Commissioner. I only have 3 minutes, so I understand that. I'm not saying it does. That's the argument that's being portrayed. So that's the only reason I brought that up. So I understand that was in the cause of Local Law 18, but that's the argument that's being brought to us as legislators. So I'll move on to the next question because you said that wasn't the cause or the reason for it.
If I may,
Of course.
I would refer back to the legislative history, right? You can read what was said at the prior hearings and during the adoption, and it was not promised. The promise was if we prevent these units from being used for short-term rentals, the sponsor of the bill actually said, our hope is that they will be returned to the rental market.
Okay.
Many of them have been.
Thank you, Commissioner. Were you finished, Commissioner?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Is there any specific data or analysis the agency conducted to assess the impact of Local Law 18 on different demographic groups, particularly Black and Latino homeowners? And how does proposed amendments like Intro 948 address any disproportionate burdens identified?
I would refer you back to the record. We didn't do any studies on the impacts of the bill.
Okay. How will the agency ensure that if this is passed, the implementation of Intro 948 will prevent potential for speculative purchasing or the conversion of housing units into de facto hotels, while still allowing homeowners the benefits from home sharing opportunities?
I'm not sure at this point. This is part of, the laws have an effective date of 1 year. It will take a lot of creative thinking. As the chair of the committee recognized, it could potentially take additional resources to ensure that we could do adequate investigations to make sure that it's a permanent, that the people are the permanent occupants, and we would likely have to make far more stringent the application process to ensure that we had enough information to be sure it was someone's permanent occupancy.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I just want to state for the record, I appreciate the service and appreciate your answering on this. And I think my approach and my advocacy is just for homeowners. We have a lot of homeowners within our community that their houses are going up for sales. There feels like there's no relief for homeowners whatsoever. When we have conversations of affordable housing, we have to talk about those who work hard for their homes that they actually have. And currently right now with the housing court system that we have, with property taxes going up, with deed theft, foreclosures happening, there is nothing for homeowners out there. So I think that's where we're coming with this conversation. And we just want to have a conversation. And it feels like we're being turned into a cartel because we just wanted to have a conversation just, to supply some form of relief for homeowners. So I appreciate your answers. I appreciate you for having us here, Chair, and thank you.
And absolutely, we're available to continue that conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Riley. Moving back, we're having like 4 hearings in one. It's really fun. Moving back to Department of Buildings and the Energy Conservation Code. State law requires that our Energy Conservation Code is at least as stringent as the states. In 2 or 3 examples, how does the New York City Code go further than the 2025 state code? And how did the advisory committees make sure that those provisions were still cost justified and feasible for owners and designers?
Thanks, Councilmember. Being joined by some colleagues from our sustainability unit.
We'll have to swear you in first. Welcome.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and to answer all council member questions honestly? Thank you.
So the question was about stringency. What's more stringent in this code?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. The state law requires the Energy Conservation Code to be at least as stringent as the states. In 2 or 3 examples, how does the New York City Code, as proposed in the bills before us today, go further than the 2025 state code? And how did the advisory committees make sure that those provisions were still cost justified and feasible for owners and designers?
So our proposed code is in the draft is more stringent in terms of installation values, which were already more stringent than the state values. We're increasing the air leakage testing requirements for the housing stock, that new construction, and we've also kept the the sort of lighting values for buildings that were also already more stringent than the state code at this point in time.
Thank you. Once this new energy code is adopted, what is the Department of Buildings' concrete plan to ensure that design professionals, contractors, and small owners, actually understand and comply with the changes before the effective date?
So as in the past, we've updated our website with information about the new code. There'll be a published or website published version of the code itself. We will update our how-to guide, the training materials that contains, and we'll also be doing sort of presentations to industry professionals and applicants that could be sort of, they'll be recorded, and then those can also be posted on the website.
Thank you. I'm going to stop touching the microphone at this time. Thank you. I would definitely want to stay in communication with the department about these outreach attempts and scope, just because this is so dense, and for the homeowners, right, and the owners themselves, they can often go beyond our head and just be hard to find, even on the department's website. Third question here is, what is the department's position on including performance-based compliance pathways, such as passive house, in the energy code?
That's something that we did have discussions with the state about, and they advised us that we should pursue that in more detail over the course of time with them. But it's definitely something that I think we would have under consideration.
But it's not happening in this code?
Not in this code cycle, no.
Do you have an estimate of when we would be entertaining adding it to the city code?
An estimate is difficult, but
because
certainly,
of us.
certainly, yes, certainly part of the performance-based code that we're looking to introduce, as was previously mentioned.
Thank you. Turning to the Department of Health, Intro 1217 moves us from a typically 2 weeks, quote-unquote, inspection window on rat complaints to a 10-day requirement. How many additional inspectors would the Department of Health need in order to comply with this new requirement?
So our service request protocol is 10 days for us. The 14 is calendar days. The 10 in the bill is business days. But it is our target. So we're still assessing what additional resources we would need if this were an actual mandate.
Thank you. Okay, so we're not that far apart. And does the 2025? Wait, no, that's the wrong question. Okay, thank you. One more for the Department of Buildings. Does the 2025 New York City Energy Conservation Code create any new energy efficiency credits? If so, how would they work?
That's actually a part of the code that is new. There's a section now where you're required to meet a certain number of credits based on things like improved insulation, more efficient HVAC, even better air leakage in your building. And much like there's the LEED program that is very common for a lot of architects and applicants, you have to meet a certain number of credits in order to demonstrate compliance.
Got it, thank you. And one more question, and it's just you and I, Eric, so let me know if you have anything. It's all good. One more question from me, well, two more questions from me on awnings and the small business relief bill. We're here proposing to extend the moratorium on awning fines. Well, we have extended the moratorium on awning fines several times now because the initial wave of $6,000 penalties blindsided small businesses. How will this bill shift Department of Building and Small Business Services from a fines-first posture to a predictable, multilingual education and outreach model so that businesses understand the rules before they get cited? I believe we have to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and to answer all council member questions honestly?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I think I just may need you to repeat your question.
No problem. How will this bill shift the Department of Buildings and Small Business Services from a fines-first posture to a predictable, multilingual education and outreach model so that businesses understand the rules before they are charged?
So I think in this bill, it does require the Small Business Administration to partner with the Department of Buildings in putting out some educational material to small businesses, especially those who have signs up on their structures. And those for the department would include service notices that would elaborately explain the process of permitting. And especially now that the moratorium would be expanded, would give time to these businesses to legalize and get those penalty-free, by the way, to get those signs that they may have that were identified as illegal or potentially illegal if they don't know for sure, to get those permits in place before the moratorium ends. We do have also a no penalty relief program that we extend, no penalty inspection program that we extend annually to accessory signs, so that we can come and we can inspect and tell you if your sign is legal or not. And if not, then you have time, of course, to get them legal.
Thank you. Specifically, do you provide education materials when you're issuing these fines or when you're issuing these warnings?
No, we do not at the present, but we're not doing that. We're not issuing, for those that are covered by the moratorium, we're not going back and issuing violations. For the new ones, no, because the moratorium has expired. But that is certainly a great suggestion that we have considered already, that we'll have these informational material ready that we do that for other violations as well, so we can do it here in the future when the moratorium is again lifted.
Understood. Thank you. Are there business owners that received fines since the moratorium lapsed in February of this year and today? And if so, would those fines be going away?
Yes, that's true. Yes, and there are provisions to have those violations withdrawn if this bill passes. Yeah, the department would withdraw those violations through oath, and there are refund policies with oath for them to get, if they did pay the fine already, to get it refunded.
And is that something that the department will do proactively in terms of recalling the violations with oath and reimbursing?
We will.
I believe we also pointed out in our testimony to extend the applicability date, which would add more folks to this.
Great. Thank you. And also add them to the oath rescindment of violations and reimbursements?
So, so we will first just have to, when this bill passes, of course, we'll go back and identify those violations that were issued for no permitting illegal signs. Going back to the moratorium date, and we will administratively withdraw prosecution of those summonses that we've issued to the oath tribunal, and of course the respondents of those violations do get notice of our withdrawal, and so it is incumbent on them to then ask for a refund from oath if they already had paid a fine.
So it's not automatic. Oath, the refunds will
The
not be
refund
issued.
is not an automatic, but we can probably speak to Oath and see what can be done. I'm not sure if that can be an automatic thing, but I'm sure we can reach out to them.
Yeah.
Or educate those folks in the letter that we withdraw the summons to give them process also of asking for a refund if they already paid.
Okay, thank you. And just to state on the record, that is an amendment that I'm interested in seeing, just more clearly reflected in the bill, that folks are having those violations withdrawn proactively by the department and by Oath, and also are receiving reimbursements in a way that is coming proactively from Oath and the department. Okay, and finally, this is just because I have received a constituent concern in the 2 days before the hearing, but can you share why there is a distinction between accessory signs and illuminated signs, and whether illuminated signs are treated differently? Are they subject to the moratorium?
In general, I'd have to go back and look at a little bit more in detail, but the idea is an illuminated sign versus an accessory sign is obviously, or I shouldn't say obviously, the intention there is that it's accessory to something that's going on the business, on the lot itself. An illuminated sign, though, ends up being more, projecting more light, typically has carried more weight in the past. I think while technology is advancing, but there was a lot more that goes along with this, an electrical permit to provide the illumination. So there are a lot more complications that come along with an illuminated sign, which can also be accessory or advertising as well. But the weight, the electrification, the complexity of the install, those are all three things that make an illuminated sign something that's unique.
Got it. Thank you. And so are illuminated sign violations subject to the moratorium?
I believe so. There would be if they're also an accessory sign.
Excellent. Okay. With that, I believe our council member questions for the administration's panel is concluded. Thank you so much for your time, and we will be turning shortly to public testimony. Let me use yours just to tell the public what's happening.
Oh, he's good. He's saying you're good.
Oh, okay. All right. I just want to inform everyone. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Resume at 1:13 p.m. At which time I will open the hearing for public testimony. And I will read a script at that time, but just want to let everybody know we're going to resume at 1:13 because this lady has drank way too much coffee. Thank you. I'm going to go to the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah. Go to the private one.
Yeah.
We're good now. Either that or he's got good hearing.
Okay. What do we got? Who's first?
Good afternoon. If everybody could find the seat, everybody could find the seat. We are getting ready to continue. If everybody could please find the seat and settle down.
You comfy? Okay.
Hot mic.
Everybody settle down, please. Everybody settle down, please.
All right. I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. And when recognized, you will have 90 seconds, a minute and a half, to speak on today's hearing topic of intros number 948A, 1107A, 1217, 1321, 1422, 1465, and preconsidered, I don't have that number here, and the preconsidered intro. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. And if you have testimony that is written that is longer than the 90 seconds allotted, I will ask you to wrap up and submit that testimony. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Again, audio and video recordings will not be accepted. The first panel consists of Dorothy Mazzarella, Marjorie Perlmutter, and Brad Keffer. You may begin when ready.
Thank you very much. This is a very historic day, so I'm very happy to be here. Chair and committee members and of course staff, my name is Dottie Mazzarella. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations at the International Code Council. We produce the building construction codes that many states, U.S. territories, international, and most of all, New York City adopts. I am very, very, very thrilled to be here to lend support for Intro 1321, as well as 1422, and I would be remiss, and I failed, and I will be sending testimony, to also support Intro 4492 on the Energy Code. I was so caught up with the existing building code that I totally blanked, so I will be sending that forthcoming. So as you're aware, New York City construction codes are based on the international building, plumbing, mechanical, fuel gas, and energy codes, and now very excited that it'll also be the existing building code. The IEBC was first released by the International Code Council in 2003, and the IEBC is now adopted and enforced in 45 states and 3 U.S. territories. As was mentioned by the Department of Buildings, when New York City first adopted the international codes back in 2008, the basis for the New York City construction codes, it was intended to adopt an existing building code. However, it was decided to postpone that effort for future code cycle, and here we are. Accordingly, in 2016, the effort was revived and the creation of a team to focus their efforts on this. Transparency, that's it? Oh my gosh.
conclude. Yep.
The last thing I just want to say is there's been so many training sessions, and the Department of Buildings is so dedicated to just inform the public, and I couldn't be more thrilled to be part of this, so thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Brad Kiefer. I am a practicing professional engineer in New York City and a co-chair of the Structural Engineers Association of New York's Code Advisory Committee. We are a group of over 500 members who have, many of us have participated in the development of the EBC. I am here today to urge the adoption of this code, Intro 1321. I share your excitement in this. We have been working a long time at this, and this will go a long way to help the profession and bring New York City into the forefront of engineering once again. We have one of the oldest building stocks in the country, and we are working with codes that are over 50 years old. It's time that we come to the current codes and work with the latest technology. The proposed EBC will have several benefits. First and foremost, it's going to improve public safety. We have engineers who are working under best judgment that differs from one company to another company, from one professional to another professional. It would be great if we can standardize this. It will decrease the time it takes for the building department to review our filings, which will help the public in general to start construction projects quicker. This will help keep the building stock in use rather than having to tear down buildings because they're not maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say to all who participated in this revision work, these super wonky topics have really been part of the highlight for me as housing chair, is working with you all on this because of your excitement, the expertise you bring to the table, and Austin's expertise. So just thank you so much for that work. And just in time, Ms. Perlmutter, whenever you're ready.
Is this on? It's on, right? Thank you so very much for allowing me the time to speak today. My name is Marjorie Perlmutter. I'm a land use lawyer and an architect and the former chair of the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals in the de Blasio administration. And I am going to be speaking about the existing building code. New York City has tens of thousands of 3 to 6 story occupied walk-up apartment buildings that are without elevators. This poses many hardships and dangers for the disabled, the elderly, EMTs who must carry patients down the stairs to the ambulance, and for any person who becomes temporarily disabled or simply has too much to carry. Such buildings, most built before World War II, comprise a significant portion of the city's actual affordable housing stock. The absence of elevators prevents everyone from aging or disabling in place, creates isolated shut-ins, and forces others out of their affordable homes into compromised living conditions in unaffordable apartments located outside of their original neighborhoods and away from longtime neighbors and friends, or into nursing homes with limited availability. Hence, the absence of elevators represents both a health emergency and an affordability emergency. In New York City, elevator regulations in the New York City Building Code, that was 3 minutes, all right?
90 seconds, because we have
90
500
seconds?
people signed up to testify. Thank you for your participation. Yeah, but you may conclude, please.
Okay, so I can conclude? Thank you. The International Building Code and the New York City Building Code prohibits the installation of elevators in 5+ story multiple dwellings that do not accommodate a stretcher. While installing such an elevator is an option in existing buildings that are being gut renovated, these enormous elevator shafts and cars generally cannot be installed as retrofits. In shorter buildings, the minimum clear dimension of the cab is very large, too large to fit it in a retrofit of an occupied tenement building where the areaways and yards would be the most practicable location for the elevator. This means that an elevator installation would require a major renovation of a 3 to 4 story occupied building, resulting in loss of space in apartments on every floor and major disruption, if not removal, of tenants. The New York City zoning resolution was amended in 2024 to permit elevators to be constructed in yards and courts, but limited the size to 20% of the area of the yard or court. This, there's an image attached to my testimony that shows how it won't fit. I submitted the testimony, and I could just leave this with you. Appendix K of the New York City
I'm sorry,
Zoning Code.
I do
It's just
have to-
one paragraph. Appendix K of the New York City Building Code.
I'm sorry, I can't. I'm sorry, just because, especially because this is the first panel. But please do submit your testimony and we will review. This is the codes panel, so we will be reviewing your testimony in connection. I'm sorry, just before you go, Dorothy, I want to acknowledge that you flew in to be here with us today, and just wanted to give you an opportunity if you wanted to share a bit more about your work.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I've been so lucky, and when you did make a joke before, when you were asking the deputy commissioner if he had been here for that long, I have been here since the first adoption of the international codes, and I was lucky enough to be at the very beginning. I used to work for the state of New York when New York went down the path to adopt the international codes, and then was lucky enough to start working here on the city. So I have been intimately involved, and I will tell you, this project to adopt the existing building code has just had so much passion and involvement, and we not only met with city agencies, but we wanted to also meet with virtually every industry affected, and they are part of our team. So we really did tremendous due diligence, but also knowing that as things arise, the city is always welcome to listen and hear comments. So I couldn't be more thrilled to be part of this team, so thank you.
Great. Excellent. Thank you so much, Dorothy. Thank you for all your work. I just want to make sure folks in the audience know that you do have to register to sign up. The way that you do that is you approach the sergeants. They have these yellow slips, two layers slips. Please do so that we have you on record and can call you up. So now I'm going to move to the second panel. And just so folks know, as we pull this up, what we do is we alternate between for and against when we have heated topic, and so we'll be doing that today, okay? Okay, so the first panel is Robert Desir from Legal Aid Society, Sam Stein from Community Service Society, Charlie Dusick, sorry if I said that wrong, Esteban Giron from Tenants PAC, Whitney Hugh from Churches United for Fair Housing, although let me know if it needs to be someone else, I think you mentioned. Okay. And then Darius Gordon from Met Council. And whoever is ready first can begin. Please make sure you say your name at the top of your testimony, and if you're affiliated with an organization, your name and your affiliation.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Samuel Stein. I'm a senior policy analyst at the Community Service Society, longstanding anti-poverty organization in New York City. I did not know about the rest of the bills that were being heard today, but they sound great. In the interest of time, I'm testifying today in opposition to the Intro 948A and 1107, which would, among other things, open the door to allowing owners of 1- and 2-family homes to convert residential units into unregulated hotels. As CSS demonstrated in our recent report, Homes Not Hotels, going down this road toward deregulation would be a grievous error, which could lead to displacement of largely low-income, plurality African-American tenants and make homeownership even less attainable for first-time homebuyers. Our argument is essentially that there are hundreds of thousands of tenants who do not have leases, are not covered by rent stabilization, most do not have good cause. Allowing this change could basically escalate property values dramatically, which could basically make it harder for regular folks to buy a home, and then if they do buy that home, incentivize using short-term rentals instead of long-term rentals, thus exacerbating the housing crisis. We recognize that struggling homeowners desperately need ways to maintain their affordability of their homes, and we urge the city to pursue public policy interventions that address the problem directly.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Robert Desir. I'm testifying on behalf of the Legal Aid Society and Tenants Not Tourists, and I'm testifying in opposition to Intros 948 and 1107A. Local Law 18 is doing exactly what it was designed to do. The Mayor's Office of Special Enforcement reports that it has eliminated tens of thousands of illegal short-term rental listings, restoring transparency and protecting those units for long-term New Yorkers. These bills threaten to undo that progress. First, they weaken the core enforcement mechanisms of Local Law 18 by redefining who counts as a permanent occupant and expanding short-term rental eligibility to arrangements that are difficult or impossible for the city to verify. Second, these proposals create serious risks for tenants in multifamily buildings. Altering the definition of family and common household to include locked door configurations and absentee hosts opens the door to unsafe transient occupancy conditions that the Housing Maintenance Code's regulations were designed to prevent. Third, these bills are inconsistent with the state multiple dwelling laws, which require Class A units to be used for permanent residence. Weakening occupancy definitions at the city level undermines the legal foundation that supports Local Law 18 and state housing protections. At a time when New York faces an acute housing shortage, every permanent unit matters. These bills risk putting scarce housing back into the tourist market, destabilizing neighborhoods, and undermining tenant protections. If I could just close, Local Law 18 protects tenants, it protects neighborhoods, and it protects the very housing stock that the city can't replace. For these reasons, I urge the council to reject 948 and 1107. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for bringing us together and holding down the fort alone right now. My name is Whitney Hu, and I'm the Director of Civic Engagement and Research at Churches United for Fair Housing, and I'm testifying against Intro 948A and Intro 1107A. From Crown Heights to Bushwick and Flatbush to Southeast Queens, we provide housing services and work with families trying to stay in their homes. Parents working 2 to 3 jobs, elders who want to remain near their churches, tenants who have survived every kind of hardship and yet are still being priced out. That is the reality we see every day. Intro 948A and Intro 1107A moves us in the wrong direction. It weakens Local Law 18 and reopens the door to unhosted short-term rentals and 1- and 2-family homes, which make up almost a third of the city's housing stock. Removing the requirement that a permanent resident be present conflicts with state law and invites the same speculative pressures that have already pushed out long-term residents across Brooklyn and Queens. We also need to name the risk of this bill shifts onto small homeowners. Many mortgages, like FHA loans, which the majority of low to moderate income homeowners have, and insurance policies simply do not allow unhosted short-term rentals. Homeowners could lose coverage, violate their loans, or face serious liability if something goes wrong. Airbnb, meanwhile, assumes almost none of that risk while encouraging homeowners to take it on. We agree there's more to be done to support Black and brown homeowners, but we believe that means exploring more avenues for mortgage relief, investing in HPD programs like Home Fix, and of course, the very needed and overdue property tax reform. We should be helping homeowners build long-term stability, not steering them towards a private company and business model that puts them at higher risk without proper safeguards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Esteban Huron. I'm the Political Director of Tenants Political Action Committee. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for recognizing my mentor, Michael McKee. He considered Local Law 18 to be some of his best and most important work. The passage and implementation of Local Law 18 was a huge win for tenants across the city. As expected, Airbnb brought a legal challenge which ultimately failed. Almost overnight, the crisis of short-term rentals came to an end. For most legislation that goes before the council, that would be the end of the story. Write the law, pass the law, survive a legal challenge, and move on. But we found ourselves facing Intro 1107, a clear threat to tenants living in 1- to 2-family homes across the city. We mobilized and formed the Tenants Not Tourists Coalition and managed to weaken and finally stop that. And yet here we are. We have to point out that Airbnb spent $1.3 million this cycle to re-elect the sponsors of Intro 1107 and Intro 948. Note, now having a hearing 3 weeks before the end of session because Airbnb knows tenants elected a pro-tenant incoming mayor who has vowed to oppose any weakening of Local Law 18. This is a last-ditch effort to rush these bills through at the 11th hour with as little oversight and public input as possible. Tenants and workers won. Local Law 18 is working, and I say to these council members respectfully that came up with these bills that next year we will be back to undo the mess if you pass these bills. Trust us when we say that we will come for every piece of this law that you steal from us because tenants always stand ready to defend our homes and our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me have
Extra
some
points
of,
for the 6 extra seconds.
I was going to say, let me have some of his time since he finished early. Good afternoon. My name is Darius Gordon. I'm the Executive Director with Met Council on Housing, standing with my colleagues to my left and right to say no to Intro 948A and 1107A. New York is in a real housing emergency. Rents are at a record high. Homelessness continues to climb, and the city has one of the lowest vacancy rates in decades. Every housing unit matters, but these bills will make it easier to take thousands of homes off long-term market and turn them into short-term rentals and illegal hotels. Currently, Local Law 18 enforces state law by requiring permanent residents to be present during short-term rentals. These new bills will remove these requirements and allow more transient use for 1- and 2-family homes, nearly a third of all of the New York City housing. This could push many units off the rental market and into speculative use, further increasing rents for millions of New Yorkers already struggling to stay housed. The truth is that Local Law 18 is effective. It has restored units to the rental market, improved accountability, and protected tenants from illegal conversions and rising rents. Instead of reversing progress, we should focus on expanding real solutions and keep both tenants and small homeowners stable, including fair property taxes, foreclosure prevention, and home repair programs to help families stay in their homes. At this moment, when tenants are asking for stability, affordability, and safety, these bills will move us in the wrong direction. The City Council should stand with renters, working families, and communities to make sure the city runs and reject legislation that turns homes into hotels.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Charlie Dulick. I am the Director of Organizing at Housing Conservation Coordinators, and I'm here to testify against Intros 948A and 1107A. HCC is an organization that has been fighting for renters on Manhattan's West Side for more than 50 years, and since 2005, we have been deeply involved in the effort to regulate illegal short-term rentals. Much has evolved in the city's housing landscape since then, such as the founding of websites like Airbnb, but the need to support long-term housing for New Yorkers has only grown more urgent. Prior to Local Law 18, tens of thousands of illegal short-term rentals that flagrantly violated existing law, removing homes for New Yorkers off the market and creating a host of safety concerns and livability concerns for neighbors. Local Law 18, which West Side tenants fought for nearly 2 decades to win, has been an unqualified success, finally creating the tools for the city to enforce what has already been longstanding law. Today, I'm here to speak against Intros 948A and 1107A, 2 pieces of legislation that would reverse this progress. These proposals would effectively create an open season for speculation targeting 1- and 2-family homes, which currently hold roughly 319,000 units, or about 15% of the city's rental housing stock. As the Community Service Society notes in their recent report, Homes Not Hotels, renters in these properties are disproportionately likely to be Black and low income and live without the basic security of rent stabilization or good cause eviction. I urge the City Council to vote no on Intros 948A and 1107A. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Two quick follow-up questions for this panel. There are individuals and some of my colleagues who argue that these bills do not intend to allow for second units to be short-term rented. Does that change your analysis as conducted in Homes Not Hotels? And secondly, another claim is that prior to Local Law 18, when there were 1- to 2-family homes that were short-term renting, that the majority of those were renting for short periods of time, much shorter than 180 days. Does that change your conclusions in the Homes Not Hotel report?
As the first author of that report, I'll start to answer. So our analysis did not assume that these units would be on Airbnb all year. it assumed a 50% occupancy rate. You might say that that's high, and so if we went with a lower one, we would still have the same trend, which is that there's a lot more money to be made by this short-term rental model than tenancy. And while the current homeowner may be totally responsible and wants to keep their tenant, we cannot guarantee that the next buyer will, especially if the next buyer is willing to put out a whole lot of money up front under the assumption that they'll be able to short-term rent it for as much time as the law allows.
Thank you. And wondering if you all have a perspective on whether there are conflicts between the zoning resolution, the multiple dwelling law, and the changes contemplated in these proposed bills with respect to the definition of family and the number of borders allowed.
Yeah, I think the multiple dwelling law contemplates the Class A units, that's the 3 or mores, being used for permanent resident purposes. So, you know, where the bill runs afoul of that is, you know, some of the terms that are used are not quite defined, and then also the notion that the permanent resident does not have to be present during the short-term rental period. So that kind of runs in conflict with the spirit of the multiple dwelling law, and I think that is something that, you know, if this is passed, is going to have to be reckoned with.
Thank you so much. And it would be helpful if you can follow up with what terms are not defined and any more color that you would want to place on our considerations about disconnects between codes.
Sure, we'll be offering our written testimony in due time, so then that gets a little more into those questions.
Excellent. All right, that is what I have. Thank you to this panel. The next panel is Alex Spyropoulos, Gia Sharp, Warren Gardner, Nathan Rotman, Lisa Grossman, Jason Mondesir Caesar. Whoever is ready can begin when ready.
Can you hear me now? Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm going to start. Hi, my name is Gia Sharp, proud renter of 15 years and homeowner of 12 years in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, and Councilmember Avila's district. I'm one of the co-founders of ROAR, Restore Homeowner Autonomy and Rights, representing 700-plus homeowner households throughout the 5 boroughs. Owner-occupied 1- and 2-family homes are not housing stock, and we are not hoarding units. We live in our homes with our families, and it's been that way for generations. These private homes have long been examples of communal living, shared among family members, pooling resources to support each other and remain housed in one of the most expensive cities in the world. But even with pooling resources, many families still need the survival tool of home sharing to afford their housing expenses and the ever-rising cost of living, which is why we support Intro 948A and 1107A and thank Council members Narcisse and Lewis for their leadership. This false narrative that owner-occupied homes are housing stock is partly based on the misuse of census data. When families living together in private homes complete the census, they report their street address only, like 123 Carroll Street, whether it's a 1-family or 2-family. There's no distinction of a unit. So when the city and other housing policy organizations interpret the data, they mistakenly attribute all family members to 1 unit. However, the reality is that the family is sharing the entire home together and there is no empty unit. Basing policy on inaccurate data is harming renters and homeowners alike, including the false narratives being pushed today by the billionaire hotel-backed Coalition Against Illegal Hotels and Tenants Not Tourists. Please vote for Intro 948A and 1107 to keep homeowners in their homes and make homeownership sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Gia.
Hi, my name is Lisa Grossman. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I am not being paid to be here, and I actually wrote my own testimony. Our incoming mayor was elected because he believes New York City should be a place for everyone, not just a place where the rich and big corporations rule the city. However, in 2021, Local Law 18 was funded by the multi-million-dollar hotel lobby. Yes, I agree changes were needed, but Local Law 18 went too far. It should be no surprise that the tenant groups and opposition you are hearing from today are funded by the hotel lobby. Their claims that by voting yes on Intro 948A, thousands of apartments will be taken off the market from needy New Yorkers. I don't know where those thousands are coming from. And that 948A is a loophole for speculators and investors. They are wrong. Speculators and investors won't benefit, rather regular, hardworking, outer borough New Yorkers will benefit along with their communities. I urge each of the Housing Committee members to go home this evening and log on to the OSE website and attempt to register your home to Home Share. You will then see that the system in place already makes it impossible for an investor to register. 948E is easy and it's simple. It simply increases the number of guests from 2 to 4. It allows locks on our doors, and it reasonably does not require a homeowner to be present 100% of the stay. That's it. It's simple, smart, and straightforward. Please vote yes.
Thank you.
Chair Sanchez, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Alex Varopoulos, and I'm here on behalf of Tech NYC, which represents New York's tech ecosystem, from early stage startups to global technology leaders. Our mission is to ensure that New York remains a place where innovation, economic mobility, and opportunity can thrive. A core part of that mission is advancing policies that keep our city affordable and livable while recognizing the constructive role technology can play in supporting that goal. We support Intro 948A because it represents a thoughtful, balanced update to New York's short-term rental regulations. This bill preserves strong protections against illegal hotel activity while creating a narrow pathway for owners of 1- and 2-family homes to responsibly share their primary residences under clear, enforceable rules. This approach gives everyday New Yorkers the ability to earn supplemental income without undermining the city's housing stock or neighborhood stability. When Local Law 18 was enacted, its goals were understandable: curb illegal activity and safeguard long-term housing. But the implementation has not addressed those goals. Even after more than 90% of listings were removed, rents have continued to rise and vacancy rates remain largely unchanged. This demonstrates that enforcement alone cannot solve the affordability challenges and that we should calibrate regulations to reflect real-world impacts. Intro 948A offers that calibration. It restores fairness and flexibility while maintaining guardrails. It allows primary residence hosts, not commercial actors, to participate in the short-term rental economy and in ways that allow them to stay in their home, support local businesses, and contribute to neighborhood vibrancy. And importantly, it recognizes that technology can be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the committee. My name is Warren Gardner, and I'm the Senior Manager for Public Policy at Airbnb, and I'm joined by my colleague Nathan Rotman, our Director of North America Policy. I'm here today because affordable homeownership in New York City is very personal to me. I'm the son of immigrants who came to this city with nothing but determination. For decades, my parents drove a yellow taxi through these streets. They work 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, to afford our home in Southeast Queens. Like millions of working families across the city, they sacrificed everything. And they still have a mortgage because they had to refinance their home several times in order to survive in the city they helped build. This is what many New Yorkers face today. This is why we are here. Airbnb, at its core, our mission is to reflect the same principles that founded this company, helping ordinary people stay in their homes and in their communities. The message you're going to hear from homeowners today is that New York City has become the most restrictive short-term rental market in the entire country. And we're not here to dismantle Local Law 18. The registration system works, but the law's unintended consequences have created an untenable situation for homeowners. Even the bill's original sponsor has acknowledged that it went too far. The current restrictions are crushing opportunities for the very families we should be protecting. New York City has lost over 200,000 Black and brown families, and we can't afford to lose any more. Intro 948A is simply a modest correction to an overreach. The bill applies only to 1- and 2-family homes where a permanent resident lives. These common sense adjustments do not remove a single unit of housing from the market. This is not just about policy, but about values and keeping New York City the true American dream that it is. And we want to work with the council in order to make this law palatable for everyone. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi.
Oh,
Hi.
sorry.
Good afternoon.
I thought we were going that way. Yes.
Oh, yeah, no, I let everyone go first. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Mondesir Caesar. I'm a native New Yorker, and I'm a homeowner in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. I home share in my unit of my home, which allows me to keep my rent affordable for my tenant on the top floor. Opponents of this bill will come and tell you that every unit in a home sharing platform, is a unit taken from the affordable housing market. This is demonstrably false. Local Law 18 currently allows you to participate in home sharing only in your unit. Right? Intro 948A and 1107 do not change that. Therefore, there is zero change to any count of any unit availability, right? Affordable housing, there's no change because I'm using the units that I live in. We're using the units we live in. Home sharing and lease tenancy are not mutually exclusive, and they should be able to work hand in hand to ensure that small homeowners are able to employ what works best for them, right, and their household. If you have a tenant who has moved out, you should be able to use home sharing in order to continue to earn income in that interim while you look for a good fit for another long-term tenant, right? Everyone here, I know they're not here right now, but their constituents are suffering from the tax liens and deed theft, right? Every last one of them. Home sharing is a solution that is another resource that can, oh wow, that was quick. Okay.
You may conclude.
Can I make it? Thank you. Lastly, I wanted to urge you to end the cycle of scapegoating that allows the affordable housing crisis to continue, right? Because last time it was home sharing and short-term rental. This time it was city council with the passing of ballot proposals 2 through 4 that and we know it's not true, but the story was that, city council is blocking all the affordable housing construction, so let's take strip them from their autonomy and rights, right? Let's not allow that. Please vote yes on 948A. So small homeowners like myself can afford to remain in our homes and remain in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I want to just acknowledge our meetings. Roar, I know you met with my team just this week, what is time? Recently. Yeah. And we've met over the past 3 years. We've had several conversations, so thank you for your continuing advocacy. And to Airbnb, thank you for the ongoing conversations. I know that you know what my concerns are before coming into this conversation, and that you have been thoughtful in getting us responses, although, as you can hear, my concerns remain. My first question is for homeowners, fellow homeowners who are here at the dais. I understand the sponsors, my colleague sponsors' intent, and what you're saying is the intent of the legislation to not allow for the second unit or third unit to be short-term rented. But are you concerned that the legislation can have unintended negative effects for homeowners, such as a rise in the assessed value and higher property taxes?
Thank you for that question. I don't really have a concern about that. I mean, I think what we're really talking about is survival. So we first have to actually afford our mortgages and our housing repairs and our current property taxes before you even get to that, speculative point. I mean, people are losing their homes within 6 months. So thinking about something that's far off is just not what we have the luxury of doing. We're actually trying to survive.
I do have the luxury of thinking that far ahead because I because I went through the registration process with Christian Klosner. And what I observed in that is that he was very diligent about making sure that I chose a unit in my home because I was only allowed one unit to rent, on the short-term market or home share. And it's his office who would be regulating that the abuse, to make sure that there is no abuse of the platforms. And yeah, he was good at it. You know, it was to my dismay that I was only able to home share with my unit that I live in. So I trust that he would do his same due diligence in making sure that anyone who engaged in that would follow the same rules.
I just want to also add just the thought that, you know, hopefully the property taxes don't get out of control. I don't know, so understand what plan the city has, but we do live in our homes. We're homeowners, and there are owner occupancy exemptions, and so this is about people who live in their homes, and because we're really just trying to survive.
Yeah. I like that you said that this is about people who, owner occupants who live in their homes. That the bill does not say that. The bill says permanent residents that is open to renters. So would you be willing to have that conversation about being owner occupied versus any permanent resident occupied?
Yes, our group has always been advocating for owner occupied 1 and 2 family homes. I mean, I don't know what the legality of owner occupancy versus, you know, something else, but I mean, we are definitely primary residents, and that's easily provable, and it's a legally defined term, you know, federally, state, and locally. So it should be really easy to figure out who is actually an owner of the home. We'll say really quickly that I did go to a housing conference, and they were talking a lot about tangled titles and heirs property, and so I do have a concern that people who do feel like they do own the home because they inherited it from someone somehow would be locked out of this, and they're already marginalized and wouldn't be able to, you know, afford their home.
Great, thank you. To Airbnb, do you support the change from exclusive to primarily for residential use?
Yes, we think it remain, the rules remain quite strict that you must be that you must be the permanent resident of that property, whether an owner or a tenant under the existing rules today.
Okay, thank you. Also to the company, how do you reconcile the profit incentive to shift permanent housing into the tourist market with the city's obligation to protect the long-term housing stock, particularly in the midst of this severe housing shortage? Again, we're talking about the incentives created, potentially created through the bill, not the intent of the legislation.
So this bill doesn't allow any investor or anyone who has a second unit to become a short-term rental host. In order to be a short-term rental host today in New York City, or if 948A was passed, you would have to live in that home a majority of the year. It has to be your permanent residence, your primary residence, which would fall in line with every other major urban municipality in the United States that allows at least the primary resident of a property to become a short-term rental host. It wouldn't take a single rental unit off the market. It would only allow a homeowner or a tenant to short-term rent their home on an occasional basis.
The platform, prior to the passage of Local Law 18, did have that history of allowing illegal hotels to operate, including for many years in our city. What concrete mechanisms will you use to prevent commercial operators from exploiting these pieces of legislation?
Great question. We work extremely closely with the Office of Special Enforcement on a regular basis. Every listing operating on Airbnb today has gone through a process to be approved by the Office of Special Enforcement before it's allowed to operate on Airbnb. The registration system is the most robust in the world. It is the most robust regulatory agency that we've worked with anywhere in the world. And both the registration requirements, the system, and the approach that we take with working with the OSC is the most robust in the United States by far.
Going back to the change from exclusive to primary, what does that mean to Airbnb? How many days per year? And, you know, very specifically, do you think it would be okay for a permanent resident to be living in a different state, country, different place for 182 days of the year?
So first of all, we've had a legal opinion drafted to showcase that none of the changes in 948A contravene any of the other existing codes, and that if anything, that this lines up more closely with the most recent changes in the City of Yes zoning resolution. With regard to additional restrictions, you must be the permanent resident of that property. New York City in particular has the strictest residency requirements in the United States. for tax purposes. And so the New York City, regulators, tax regulators know exactly who is living in New York City or not. And so we don't think that there are additional restrictions required, but certainly that is an option before City Council if it chose to.
Thank you. And on that distinction that the zoning resolution as amended by City of Yes for Housing Opportunity did make changes. You may not have this today because this came up during the testimony that we heard earlier, but would love your perspective on inconsistencies with the state multiple dwelling law as described by the previous panel.
Yeah, so previous panel was misinformed. The state multiple dwelling law has restrictions for hosted only in Class A buildings, so 3 or more units. There are no restrictions for single family or 1 and 2 family homes, private dwellings under the multiple dwelling law. This 948A lines up both with the zoning resolution and the multiple dwelling law, as well as there's 4 of them and they all contradict each other, the housing maintenance code.
We're trying to fix that. Did you hear there were other bills today? Great, okay. And then finally, and perhaps most saliently for me, how do you reconcile that Office of Special Enforcement was just here for quite some time, testifying quite vehemently that they don't believe they could enforce these changes in an effective manner?
What I'd say is the exact same people who are eligible today would be eligible if 948A was passed. The only change is that they would be allowed to leave, if they would be allowed to rent out that property if they were on vacation, if they were away for work, if there was a major concert coming to town and they wanted to move in with their in-laws to make a few extra dollars when the US Open is here, or the World Cup is here, or Taylor Swift is giving a concert. Any of those are good reasons why friends of mine short-term rent their home on an occasional basis, but the eligibility requirements do not change. You still have to be the permanent resident. You still have to go through the very robust registration system, but you're allowed to leave your home on an occasional basis, and you're allowed to have up to 4 adults in your home.
Great. Is 182 days okay to short-term let a home in New York City?
Today?
Will it be in Airbnb's perspective?
We believe people should have the opportunity to short-term rent their home when they want to or when they need to. The home, as long as, at least according to this law, as long as it is their permanent residence, their primary residence, where we call it the toothbrush test, where your toothbrush lives most of the time.
All right, well, with that, I want to thank this panel for your participation. I really do encourage you to submit written testimony. You can't submit verbal testimony. But I appreciate you all being here today and for your patience. Thank you. I'll now call the next panel, Hazel Hazard, who has a very cool name, Michael Leonard, James Innes, Dorca Reynoso, Alexander Gleason, and Jack Spillane. Apologies if I said that wrong. And as you approach, you can begin when you are ready.
Thank you. My name is Hazel Hazard, and I am a vice president of HTC. First, I was a room attendant and worked my way up, organizing and mobilizing other non-union hotels. I'm here today because it's up to the union members like me to tell you what's at stake. HTC is a voice for those who cannot be heard, for the benefits that we offered, the benefit that we fought for our members is truly a life-changing issue for us. All of these things I take pride in being able to provide for the workers. At HTC, we love to say, when we fight, we win, and that is so true. If this is not a complicated issue. There is a right side and there's a wrong side to be on. Airbnb doesn't care about New Yorkers. They just care about profits. If we allow Airbnb to get away with passing Intro 948 and 1107, especially before the World Cup, hotels will lose out of tens of thousands of guests per year, and the industry will start cutting jobs. That means when they cut jobs, we don't have health benefits. Our livelihood is at stake. We are fighting so that we can continue paying our mortgage, sending our kids to college, and living our lives with dignity that we reserve.
Thank you, Ms. Hazard.
Thank you.
You don't have to leave yet.
I'm getting.
May have questions, but just testimony over.
My name's Jack Spillane. I'm a battalion chief of the New York City Fire Department. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Uniformed Fire Officers Association, the UFOA, which strongly opposes Intro 948A and 1107, which has the potential to render search and rescue in 1- and 2-family dwellings more difficult, impeding access to victims and increasing the risk to firefighters tasked with searching these buildings. The UFOA is a labor union representing the lieutenants, captains, and chiefs of the FDNY. While we are the supervisors at fires and emergencies, we are not remote from the risk, positioned with the firefighters who are fighting the fires and searching for victims. We advocate for the safety of our members and for policies and laws which reduce the likelihood of victims becoming trapped or harmed at fires and emergencies. With those principles in mind, we advocate against the passage of these proposed laws 948 and 1107. Specifically, the law seeks to amend multiple sections of the New York City Building Code and Administrative Code, which will allow for locked rooms in 1- and 2-family dwellings. These locks will waste precious time available to firefighters, not just to locate a victim in a fire, but to render first aid. While the FDNY is trained in quickly gaining access through doors, it still takes time in doing. Gaining access in a wood frame building, the construction of most 1- and 2-family dwellings will pose additional challenges which will lead to more loss of life due to the combustible structure of these buildings. Additionally, this law will inevitably increase chances of firefighters becoming trapped above the fire and have their egress cut off. Fire travel can be unpredictable and is even more so in private dwellings. We had such an instance up in the Bronx where two of our members were killed on Black Sunday. One died 10 years later due to their injuries, and 3 other members have been seriously impacted by those injuries. The lessons of the past help us guide to best protect our current members and the public which we serve. It's with these lessons that we staunchly oppose the passage of 948 and 1107.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Michel Léonard. I'm the Chief Economist and Data Scientist at the Insurance Information Institute. We're a non-lobbying, non-partisan organization. I've been asked to speak directly to the issues of homeowners insurance today as they relate to short-term rentals in residential dwellings. We've provided a report which looks at the insurance implications of short-term rentals in single-unit, 2-unit, or multi-unit residential properties. Regular homeowners insurance treat short-term rentals as commercial activity, which are not covered under typical residential policies. This may result in claims denials, limited liability, and higher deductibles. As a result, short-term rental owners and their neighbors could be partially or completely unprotected against losses associated with operating a short-term rental. Operating short-term rentals in residential units impact the rental owner's homeowner's insurance, and for multi-dwellings, the shared master policy insurance of their neighbors. Increased commercial activity, including short-term rentals in single or multi-unit dwellings and in areas deemed residential, can impact the cost, policy terms, conditions, and exclusions of homeowners, renters, condo, and master insurance policies. This typically leads to higher insurance premium, complexity, and costs for all involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonus points, 9 seconds.
Good afternoon, Council Member. My name is Alexander Gleason, and I'm here on behalf of the New York City Central Labor Council. We're representing 1 million members and over 300 affiliated unions in the 5 boroughs. We urge the City Council to reject Intro number 948A. The bill would remove core protections established by Local Law 18, which created the regulatory framework for short-term rentals. Local Law 18 was enacted to preserve scarce housing during a time of extremely low vacancy and to prevent homes from being converted into unlicensed hotels. Weakening these protections would bring back a problem New Yorkers have already fought to solve: fewer available apartments, higher rents, and greater strain on community health and stability. At the height of the short-term rental boom, about 67,000 homes were taken off the long-term market and listed to tourists. A city analysis found from 2009 to 2016, nearly 1/10 of the rise in rents could be tied to short-term home rentals. Entire blocks in Brooklyn and Harlem saw rents climb faster than wages, displacing long-term residents and altering the character of neighborhoods and streets. The harm has been most acute in Black communities. In predominantly Black neighborhoods, Airbnb hosts were 5 times more likely to be white, and white hosts earned more income. Gains went to newcomers, while longstanding residents lost homes and stability. Local Law 18 addresses these inequities by requiring hosts to live in the unit, remain present during rentals, and register with the Office of Special Enforcement. These rules were created to needed safeguards. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, I'll give you a chance to conclude if there's anything that you missed that you wanted to add. But first, I'm going to just ask a few questions. Jack, starting with you, I had a five alarm fire at a single. It was a 2-family home on DeVoe Terrace in my district in the Bronx this summer. There were hundreds of firefighters there, and it took hours and hours and hours to put that fire out, and it was exhausting, it was hot, it was dangerous conditions all around for our first responders. So just wanted to ask you to put a finer note on that example. What is a 5-alarm fire for the benefit of the public? What does it mean about how many folks are on the ground and what the fire is like? Second, what are the challenges inherent already in putting out fires in these older 1- and 2-family dwellings? And again, what would these bills, specifically with the locks provision, how does that make it more challenging or different for firefighters?
Well, thank you. We appreciate your interest in this. When you have a 5-alarm fire, you have over 250 firefighters on the scene. And then on top of that is EMS and chiefs and other members of the department. A 5-alarm fire is a large volume fire that probably extends to multiple buildings, 3 or 4 buildings most likely. I'm sure that your building is connected at the rooftop level, the common cock loft, which is an avenue of extension that causes fire to spread in either direction away from the original fire building. What concerns us the most, though, about 1- and 2-family buildings is that there's a fire protection floor in most all these buildings, and that is the open interior staircase from the cellar or basement area to the first floor, and more likely, the first floor to the second. When you have a fire on the first floor, it inevitably goes up the stairs because there's no door to stop it. Let me use as an example, if you're in a multiple dwelling, we always tell people to shut the door. Well, there's no door to shut on the first floor of a private dwelling, okay? And that fire will go upstairs and will extend. So that's the main cause of fire damage and civilian injury between the smoke and the heat going up the stairs into the bedroom areas. Having to force entry into individual occupancies in those areas will delay the time of the rescue and recovery of people that are in those buildings and delay the discovery of fire that had extended. And that extended fire could go to the rooftop level and extend to adjoining buildings if they are there.
Thank you. You talk about the impacts on insurance. Have you quantified how increasing insurance rates are capitalized into housing prices?
This is an excellent question, and we have actually looked in the issue, and we decided that the quantification itself was probably not that useful. The bottom line is that getting into short-term rentals, we feel that there's a lot of education that needs to be done, and that without that education, proper education, folks may be underinsured. So even before we get into the added costs. Now, to try to be as specific in answering your question, though, on average, all things being equal, it is a bit more expensive to have those commercial add-ons because they do tend to cover extended risk-based liability, for example, liability from someone who's drinking on the premises and so forth.
Thank you. Alex, did you want to conclude with anything?
Councilmember, I appreciate that opportunity, and the Reader's Digest version is, labor is the community, community is labor. We represent 1 million people in the city. When people are being displaced, our members feel that, and our members are the ones being displaced, and we want to protect our members in every aspect of their lives because we understand the social determinants of health are important.
Thank you. Thank you so much to this panel. The next panel will consist of Tony Lindsay, Amy Werblowski, Marjorie Moore Roberts, Sharon Jones, Randy Pierce, Jessica Walker, and Lori Kellogg. Well, this panel gets settled, just foreshadowing for everyone that in our infinite wisdom, this room is booked at 5, so we're going to get kicked out at 4. And what we're going to do is we're going to go across the street to 250 Broadway, here in room 1. So I look forward to that trip with you, and whoever is ready can begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez. Good to see you. I'm Jessica Walker, President and CEO of the Manhattan Chamber of Commerce. And I want to start by expressing my shock at the administration's testimony today. They completely ignored the upcoming FIFA World Cup and Sail 250 events, which will bring more than 7 million visitors to the metro area next summer. In many ways, this is larger than hosting the Summer Olympics. Yet we only have 135,000 hotel rooms citywide. Local Law 18 and other policies have artificially strangled supply, driving hotel prices to record highs. We are effectively telling these tourists to stay in New Jersey and spend their dollars there. This inaction is devastating. Local Law 18 is already denying $1.6 billion from being spent in our local stores and restaurants and driving foot traffic away from neighborhoods like Harlem and Washington Heights. We could certainly use the 21,000 jobs that would be created by this level of spending. Other global cities have figured this out, protecting housing without destroying their tourism economy. New York must do the same. We see Intro 948 as being that solution. As we talked about, it only targets owner-occupied 1- and 2-family homes, not apartment buildings. We cannot host the world with a closed sign on our door. We urge the council to pass Intro 948. Thank you.
Thank you. How many tourists? How many tourists anticipated?
7 million. 7 million between the two events.
Thank you. Extra points for 10 seconds.
Good afternoon, Randy Pierce, Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce, Small Business Champion. Let me take my 90 seconds to remind you of a couple of things. You are hurting black and brown homeowners and immigrant homeowners who are at risk of losing all they worked for just to get a piece of the American dream. You are hurting neighborhoods in the outer boroughs that are transit-starved and don't have any hotels. You are hurting families in these same neighborhoods who have no affordable way to host their family and friends when they visit from out of town. You are hurting the tourism citywide, especially in advance of FIFA and the World Cup. And you are hurting small businesses in the outer boroughs who rely on foot traffic and visitors coming into these neighborhoods and driving that foot traffic. And you are doing all this without making a dent or progress on the housing crisis in New York City, which has worsened since Local Law 18. The only one benefiting from this law are the big hotels. Double-digit profits since Local Law 18, while our homeowners are struggling. Look, if HTC wants help, let's get rid of the special permits law and let's build more hotels in New York City and make them union hotels. That's the compromise here. But let's pass Local Law 948A. Let's make some reasonable accommodations so that our residents here in New York City can keep their homes, do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Appreciate you.
Hello, my name is Tony Lindsay. Oh, I have to hold it. Yeah, hi, my name is Tony Lindsay. I'm the president of New York Homeowners Alliance. I'm actually the person who drafted the language that led to Intro 948. I'm disappointed to see all of the false talking points that have been delivered here today, And it's particularly troubling because I hear a lot of language that is being wrapped in equity and protection of black people, while at the same time, Local Law 18 has accelerated the displacement of black people out of their communities. Even the HTC members here today, many of them are homeowners themselves, but as union members, they're prohibited by the HTC from sharing their own homes. So I just want people to understand that a lot of the talking points that you've heard today here, they are false. And I want to make something clear. Under Local Law 18, tenants, renters are not impacted whatsoever. And the only thing it does is it creates a narrow carve-out. And to see the campaign of misinformation that has been pushed behind this bill, it's astounding to me. So I just want to make sure that we get one thing clear, because Christian Klausner was here earlier, and I've spoken to him many times about this, and he was basically arguing to violate the rights of people within their own domiciles because of a possibility of a bad actor breaking the rules, even though they already have rules in place for that. And probably the last thing that I want to say, because I know it's like I'm on limited time, is that I've been trying to squeeze everything in. I'll just, yeah, you know what? Hopefully you'll ask me some questions, because I've been trying to squeeze everything in here.
I'm gonna ask you to highlight the two top points.
Oh, it's one thing.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, because it was a lot that I was hearing. But Klausner also argued that passing Intro 948 was somehow creating an advantage or unequal protection, as it's providing 1- and 2-family homeowners with this specific rule that is catered to them. But you can't argue about unequal protection while you're subjecting private homeowners to unequal enforcement, when you're subjecting them to enforcement that is tailored for commercial operators. These are private dwellings under state law, and that is the problem, that is what's missing from this conversation. 1- and 2-family homes are private dwellings, which means they are your private residence. Nothing in this bill has anything to do with renters, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council Member Sanchez, and to the honorable members of the Housing Committee. I thank you for hearing testimony today on Intro 948A. When we think about the story of Jesus and Mary in Bethlehem, we are reminded that even in the most sacred moments in history unfolded in the homes of strangers, they found shelter where there was no room. And that act of hospitality became the foundation of a story that has inspired billions. Housing is not just about property, it is about community, compassion, and the freedom to open our doors to the guests in ways and reflect both the economic realities and our shared humanity. To restrict this is to forget that the very origins of our faith and culture were built on the generosity of households willing to share our space. Our homes are not merely units of a regulatory system, that they are extensions of our liberty. When government overreaches into private domain, it risks eroding the very alienable rights that define home ownership and sovereignty. I urge you, council members, and this committee to move forward Intro 948A forward, not only as housing measure, but as a defense to freedom and to decide how we use our own homes.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to acknowledge that I've been acknowledged. I can still speak English. I want to acknowledge I've been joined by my council member Gutierrez. I need food. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and Councilmember Gutierrez. My name is Marjane Moore Roberts. I'm a homeowner in Brooklyn. I am not being paid for my testimony today. I am living it. I urge this body to approve both 1107 and 948A so both bills can be fully considered by the entire council. When 948A whether it's approved or blocked by this committee today, this bill will make history and impact generations. The question is, what kind of history? Throughout our history, government regulations have been a key determinant for who is afforded the opportunity to buy and stay in a home. From the destruction of Seneca Village to redlining, racial covenants, predatory lending practices, and mass displacement due to underregulated corporate landlords and investment banks, Black and brown families have repeatedly been boxed out of economic opportunities that homeownership provides. Now, in a city where buying a home takes a small miracle and keeping a home requires multiple streams of income, the overly restrictive regulations of Local Law 18 threaten to continue this devastating trend. While some reform was necessary, the current regulations have thrown 1- and 2-family homeowners out with the proverbial bathwater. We have been discarded as political roadkill. Without supplemental income from responsible home sharing, middle and lower income homeowners are losing and will continue to lose their homes. This is not hypothetical. It is a fully realized fact. Foreclosure rates are up. So what kind of history will we make today? Passing 948A will curtail the economic harm that's been perpetuated by government regulations for far too long.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Hello, my name is Lori. I'm a Brooklyn homeowner for 33 years. I've worked for 47 years, helping workers, immigrants through my union membership and as a union staff person for 50 years. So I want to speak to you. My Social Security isn't enough to pay my house bills. I didn't make money serving the public. So sharing my space when I have some availability has been a lifeline. I use my space for my family. My brother is a periodically homeless vet. Do you want me to put him out on the street, or can I use my own house to house him? My elderly father cannot go stay in a Manhattan hotel when he comes. I share my home when I'm not using it for my family. Why is that why is that anyone's business? Okay, I share my home so I can keep it. And you know what? I'm about 20 minutes away from losing it. After 50 years of serving this city, and by the way, making many contributions to my beloved city councilors and progressive causes. Who have I helped? School teachers from Oklahoma and Chile, marathoners, COVID nurses, poor dancers, poor artists, poor students. My students pay I'm sorry, I gotta keep going because I've been waiting years for this. And
you conclude, yeah.
90 seconds was not exactly fair. Okay, I'm gonna talk a lot faster. Okay, mostly I house families of my neighbors. And guess what? I house the families of city council members. No names today, okay? I host your families. I host the families of immigrants who come to see their kids. My neighbor's parents came when she was deathly ill. And guess what? They had to take care of the kids and her. And I took care of them. I had to move into my own downstairs apartment when I had double knee replacement. What, I'm not allowed to use my own apartment for 6 months? But sometimes I also rent it out long term. Okay, to the union folks here, I love you, I've been there, I've done this for 50 years. Okay, we are not gonna take one single union job away. Guess why? Because I host people who couldn't even afford a bathroom in a Manhattan hotel.
Lori, thank you. Thank you.
So I'm not taking away your jobs.
Lori, I really don't want
clients.
to. I don't want to have the sergeants turn off the mic. I don't want to go there.
I super appreciate it. I'm trying to be respectful. May I just say my last thing? This hurts me. The city is hurt when I'm kicked out on my derriere. Local small businesses are hurt. They thrived from the thousands of meals that my guests ate. Who wins when some LLC comes and boots me out? Nobody.
Thank you.
The city does not win. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank this panel for your candid and passionate testimony, and that's why we're here. We're here. I'm sorry we don't have as much time to air every single concern, but we are here to receive all feedback. So this is valuable, it's on the record, and we look forward to any written testimony you submit. Thank you. Did you want to say anything else?
Just briefly. Local Law 18 is simply a law that requires registration, and I want to make that clear. The reason why it only requires registration is because the rules that have been created under the OSE cannot exist in the law because it overreaches into the private domicile of people who reside in their homes. And I think that's just something that you guys really need to consider. And the last thing I want to make very clear is that black people in this city are facing the highest rates of foreclosure. They are the highest rates of homelessness. And I really am offended when I see the hotel union use these beautiful people here to come out here and protest against against their own interests, because at the end of the day, Intro 948 has absolutely nothing to do with anything that they are doing here, and I'm sure many of them are homeowners, and this is about their autonomy and their rights.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Thank you. Thank you to this panel. I'm going to ask you to please not be offended if you see me chewing, as I will do that shortly. Okay. The next panel is Paul Di Benedetto. Paul Di Benedetto, Jamie Kazi, Katie Drager, Carlos Calderon, Aissata Bokum, Kwadwo Opoku Burko, and Michael Angelo Savino. I want to make sure that I say this point of order. If you've ever watched a Stated, you know that council members are not to address each other. They're only to address their comments at the chair. And the same applies for you. This is a public hearing. You are not to address the audience or any individuals outside of the chair of the hearing. That is a procedural requirement. Please maintain decorum. We want to make sure that this remains a civilized procedure. Whoever is ready may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Carlos Calderon. I am a veteran, a Brooklyn resident, and a proud member of the Hotel Trades Council. If Intros 948 and 1107 pass, I could lose both my job and my home. I am not the only one. These bills displace tens of thousands of working people who call New York home. The only reason we are all here today is because Airbnb has spent millions of dollars on elections and lobbyists to push these bills. It doesn't matter how much money they throw at organizations to make it seem like they care about New Yorkers like me. They don't. They care about making money. Ahead of the World Cup, when millions of tourists come to New York. Just like tourists, though, Airbnb will come and go without giving a second thought to the damage they will leave behind. We already saw what happened when Airbnbs flood the city. Out-of-town investors buy up our homes to make it mini hotels. Landlords realize they make more money with tourists than renters. And people who have made their lives here are forced out. If we wanted to help New York homeowners and New Yorkers, you could help connect people to mortgage support programs or work to lower costs of groceries and keep home prices down. Instead, any council member that supports this bill is sacrificing New York workers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aissata Bokum. I am a proud member of Hotel Trade Council. I'm here today to urge you not to pass any bill that would expedite short-term rent. I watch my friends, neighbors, and co-workers pushing out. as rent spiked and long-term lease disappearing. We cannot call this harmless side hustle when they contribute to legalize and expedite short-term rent will put even more pressure on neighborhoods that are already fighting to survive. Please vote no. Please vote no. Intros 948 and 1107. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Angelo Savino. I'm a hotel worker in New York City, a lifelong New Yorker, and a proud union member for the last 29 years. I'm here today to impose Intro 948 and 1107. I live here in Brooklyn with my husband, Rolando, who is also a hotel worker and a union member. Thank God for that. I am not exaggerating when I say our jobs have transformed our lives, gave us the ability to live and afford what we have. Having union jobs has enabled us to build a life together, buy a home, stay in New York, even as it becomes more and more expensive and unaffordable. These bills put both our jobs at risk, and if passed, threaten the beautiful life we have worked so hard to create for the past 25 years by pushing us out of the city. This isn't a guess. This was I was born and raised in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, and have seen firsthand what short-term rentals did to our neighborhood before Local Law 18 was enacted. Rents rose, homes were more expensive, and many residents who are mostly working-class people of color and immigrants were forced to leave. These neighborhoods lost the diversity, the multi-generational and strong communities that made us great. These bills will worsen, gentrify, and harm New Yorkers like myself and my husband. Please vote no.
Thank you, and thank you for wearing an Orioles cap. We're an Orioles and Ravens family.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Paul DiBenedetto, and I am the chair of Queens Community Board 11. I have come to the chamber today to ask you to please vote no on Intro 948A and 1107A. These proposals allow 4 rooms to be rented per day in a 1-family home and 8 clients per day in a 2-family home. Meanwhile, the owner does not have to be present. This will create the incentive for hedge funds and real estate investors who start buying up our homes and turn them into full-blown Airbnb short-term hotels in the middle of quiet residential neighborhoods, a complete commercialization of our communities. In 2025, Airbnb has already spent over $1 million lobbying council members, some of whom are present here today, and has promised to spend $5 million to get this bill passed. They have created and generously funded several organizations to do so, such as ROAR and Homeowners for Financial Empowerment. CB11 Queens is 71% owner-occupied. The vast majority of our ethnically diverse owner-occupied housing is 1- and 2-family homes. Thus, these proposals will put the majority of the housing in CB11 and beyond at risk of becoming full-service 24/7 commercial hotels in the middle of the low-density neighborhoods we raise our families in and commute to work from. You've heard from some people and groups today that we want this in our neighborhoods, but in my 21 years of leadership serving on Community Board 11, I have not met one homeowner who is asking for this change. Indeed, on March 19th, 2022, during an Airbnb party rental only 1 block away from my home, and I'll finish, a shootout occurred where 21 bullets were discharged. 1 teenager was shot in the torso and stray bullets damaged nearby vehicles, including 1 round puncturing a child's car seat. Congresswoman Grace Meng, Senator John Liu, Assemblyman Ed Braunstein, and Councilmember Vicky Palladino all rallied to have Airbnb pull the rental from their listing. So please, vote no.
Thank you. You have to share. You have to share the mic.
Oh, that's working. Okay. Hi, Chair Sanchez. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Katie. I'm a native New Yorker, and I'm a staff member at UHAB working with HDFC Affordable Co-op Buildings. I just want to contribute a thought on community here. Working with the most financially and physically distressed buildings, a common theme that I see is that many of the owners do not occupy the units themselves through short-term and long-term rentals. When owners do not occupy their units and their homes, it discourages cooperativism and consistent engagement between neighbors. Short-term rentals threaten community cooperation straight up. We urge the City Council to reject this bill and defend Local Law 18.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Intros 948A and 1107A. My name is Jamie Kazi, and I'm here on behalf of 32BJ SEIU. We oppose these measures because they would weaken the hard-won protections against illegal short-term rentals, and when those protections slip, working families feel it first. These bills would shrink the city's housing supply and undermine job quality, our tourism sector, and the stability of our communities. 32BJ is the largest building service union in the country, representing over 185,000 workers, 85,000 of which live in the New York City metropolitan area. Our members are overwhelmingly immigrants and people of color. They're the cleaners, door people, airport workers, and school and building service workers who keep this city running. And they have fought contract after contract for living wages, family-sustaining benefits, and basic protections that make it possible to build a life here. Although 32BJ has won historic compensation standards, our members, just like other working families, still face challenges in securing affordable housing. Housing supply is not kept up with growing demand. These bills would undermine the city's progress in addressing the damage caused by the influx of short-term rentals. And prior to Local Law 18, short-term rentals pulled thousands of units off the market. Communities saw rent spikes and displacement accelerate. These amendments would reopen the door to these de facto hotels in residential neighborhoods and are counter to the intent of Local Law 18. For these reasons, we urge the City Council to vote no on Intro 948A and 1107A. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to this panel for your participation.
Thank you.
The next panel consists of Tene Clark, Muzzy Rosenblatt, Gregory Anderson, Brianna January, and Laura Borges. Whoever is ready can begin.
Hi, my name is Muzzy Rosenblatt. I'm the president and CEO of the Barry Residents Committee, more commonly known as BRC, and I'm here today to speak in support of Intro 948A. At BRC, our mission is rooted in helping New Yorkers achieve stability, dignity, and a place to call home. We are among New York City's largest and most effective nonprofit providers of services, shelter, housing to New Yorkers experiencing homelessness. We operate homeless outreach services, shelters and safe havens, residential and outpatient treatment for people with health and substance use challenges, and we build and operate permanent supportive housing and housing for low-income households like 237 Landing Road in your district. We provide a hand up and a path home for New Yorkers who are experiencing homelessness. In FY25, we assisted over 12,000 individuals, including over 1,300 who found more stable housing and nearly 400 who found more stable employment, and more than half successfully graduated from our programs. Denying homeowners of 1- and 2-family homes the ability to rent out their rooms and their homes for short periods does not help house the homeless. What the people we serve want and need is a home of their own, not a room in someone else's. That is why thoughtful housing policy, which dramatically increases the supply of rental housing affordable to those experiencing homelessness with a lease, with tenant protections, is the answer, not making homeowners out to be boogeymen. In fact, denying homeowners the ability to generate additional income from their homes is more likely to cause homelessness than solve it, as we saw during the Great Recession when homeowners lost their homes. Those who would oppose Intro 948A by suggesting it would cause homelessness are not being honest, nor are they proposing to provide the funding and cost-saving solutions to end homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. You need to turn on your mic.
Here you go. Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to try to go as fast as I can. Sorry, I'm going to try to really talk. I have a lot to say. I'm a young homeowner in Brooklyn. I've been wanting to own a home since I was a teenager, and it's been really hard to maintain the home. Being able to short-term rental helped me a lot. Local Law 18 is hurting a lot of us. It's really has drastically affected my income. I'm close to foreclosure if it ends. But I don't like how the ATC is using people to go against us. We are 1- and 2-family homeowners. They were bad actors. They're LLCs and owners of large buildings who took advantage of the short-term rental. That has nothing to do with us. We are not the enemy of the HTC's workers. I have people who work for the HTC cleaners who have worked part-time to clean for me. So we are not the enemies. These large corporations use us to try to use y'all as pawns to go against us, and we're not. 1- and 2-family homeowners have been punished since local law 18. It's unfair. The OSC has been harassing us. You would think that we are running prostitution links or trap houses or something like that. We're not. We are innocent, law-abiding homeowners who just want to make some money to keep our homes. We are not the enemy of these working people. We are all the same. We are all in the same exact boat. So to try to make us seem like pit us against each other is unfair, and we cannot allow it. We do not want to hurt HTC workers at all. We are being unfairly attacked and targeted, and it's mostly Black young homeowners, older homeowners like myself, and I would really like you guys to pass Local 948 so that we can continue to keep our homes, because this is my proudest moment was buying a house, and I do not want to lose it.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Burgess. I would like you to support the 948A bill. I've lived in Brooklyn, Flatbush for 20 years in my home. I bought it. It looked like a haunted house. I did everything I could to turn it into a lovely home. But in the process, having 3 children and my husband leaving, there was no way to maintain the mortgage. So I didn't buy a property thinking I was going to have to rent it out. But for the last 15 years, I have literally rent out rooms in my house. There was even a point when I had to have my kids in the basement to protect them so I could have guests stay up because I wanted to make sure that they were safe. But it was all I could do is to find ways to make money in my house. But we have met the most wonderful people that have come to my neighborhood. They come in, they're either visiting either family or friends, grandparents come, everyone's like, or I get these wonderful foreigners that are coming to explore New York. And what happens is they go to Cortelyou Road, they eat on the road, they buy shopping, they actually pay for their subway ride, and then they get to go enjoy everything in the city. So Cortelyou Road, my little part of Flatbush, gets a little bit of support as well as all of New York City. My youngest daughter will be going to college next year, and I will no longer get any child support. And my goal was, before this rule came in, is, I'll just rent out the other 2 rooms, and now I can't. So now I'm really, at the discussion in my brain is, do I sell my house? Do I leave New York after 27 years? And it's a real reality, because 2 rooms isn't going to be enough. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Brianna January with Chamber of Progress in strong support of Intro 948A. Chamber of Progress is a center-left tech industry trade association advocating for the progressive future of tech and inclusive access to that future. Our partners do include innovators like Airbnb, but unlike traditional trade associations, they do not have a voter veto on our positions. For Chamber of Progress, this is a matter of consumer choice and affordability. Short-term rentals offer New Yorkers the opportunity to stay in their homes, just like you've heard today, and to earn supplemental income at a time when the city faces an existential threat of the rising cost of living. And committee, it's no secret that New York is one of the most unaffordable places to both live and visit. Intro 948A and the ability to bring in revenue from short-term lodging will help offset rising housing costs, the greatest factor contributing to the city's affordability crisis. And committee, these policy updates couldn't be more timely as the city prepares to host the World Cup next June. By increasing consumer choice for lodging and hospitality, Intro 948A will help make the World Cup more accessible and affordable for New Yorkers and visitors alike, which is a worthy cause shared by both the council and all New Yorkers. With that, Chamber of Progress strongly supports the bill, and we urge your favorable report, and we look forward to working with you on this issue and affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonus points.
Thank you. My name is Gregory Anderson, and I serve as President and CEO of Bridge Street Development Corporation, a community development nonprofit that has served Central Brooklyn for over 30 years. We work every day with renters, homeowners, and seniors who are fighting to remain in the neighborhoods they helped build. Bridge Street has developed more than 600 units of affordable rental housing. We also serve as an HPD housing ambassador, helping thousands of New Yorkers apply for, obtain, and maintain housing they can afford. We have renovated 79 one-to-four family homes for below-market home ownership, and we are currently marketing affordable co-ops. So at Bridge Street, we see the city's affordability crisis up close, every day, and from every angle. Bedford-Stuyvesant once had one of the highest rates of black home ownership in the United States. Today, that is no longer the case. During the city's most recent tax lien sale, we worked with hundreds of homeowners who are at risk of losing homes that had been in their family for generations, sometimes for a $5,000 water bill. The homeowners we serve are not speculators. They are teachers, retirees, caregivers, and essential workers who simply lack the financial cushion needed to absorb rising taxes, utilities, insurance. I'll end quickly. For many households, renting a spare room for short periods has meant fixing a roof leak before it becomes a crisis, paying taxes on time, avoiding predatory refinance, or simply keeping up with the rising costs of living in New York City. So for the families we serve, this bill represents not a luxury, but a lifeline. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel. You
I
may.
just want to say one last thing. A lot of the things that the other side was saying does not even apply to 948. It doesn't change a lot of the things that these people are against. A lot of lies are being put out. 948 doesn't change the things that you are concerned about at all. If you read it and you understood it, you would know that. It's very important that we pass this for all of us, so we could keep our homes and continue to flourish as a city and bring in tourism and money to our community.
Thank you for sharing that perspective. Thank you. The next panel consists of Shaquana Boykin, Sonia Randolph, Yudelina Santiago, Chandra Singh, and Hilda Alvarez-Eve. If you fit, Murray Cox as well, and Thomas Kaler. Kaler. He'll tell me. Whoever is ready can begin.
My name is Yudelina Santiago, and I'm here to oppose.
Is your mic on, or can you bring it closer?
Okay. My name is Yudelina Santiago, and I'm here to oppose Intro 948 and 1107. If you pass this bill, the homeowner who support might be able to cover their housing costs for a short while until the real estate company realize they can make a profit by buying up this home and turning them into a hotel. Homeowner like me will not be able to complete. Even worse, our house costs will rise even more because this bill turned residential neighborhood into tourist area. With my union job, I'm able to save up to buy a home one day in the city that I love. But if you pass this bill, home price will go up and I could lose my job, ruin any chance I have of this dream. This bill not leave homeowner better off. Instead of helping tax company, we should be helping current potential homeowner by creating better paying job and lowering the cost of living in New York City. The city council should listen to the outshore resident of New York City, not just lie that Airbnb is spreading. Vote no on both measures.
Thank you. You may begin.
Hey, thank you very much. My name is Tom Kaler. No, did I not flip myself back on? Hey, all right, thank you. And welcome this afternoon. My name is Tom Kaler. The Coalition Against Illegal Housing is a housing advocacy group that wrote, sponsored, and helped to pass Intro 2309 back in 2021, which then became Local Law 18 in 2022. So, Local Law 18 is what precipitated this little brouhaha that we're having here today. So you are welcome to blame me and my colleagues for that if you would like. But what you can't do is to say that Local Law 18 did anything other than require short-term rental platforms and hosts to register with the city as any other business in the city is required to do. Local Law 18 did not change a single existing New York City housing law, period, which means that 1- and 2-family homeowners and apartments can, in fact, rent their spare rooms in New York City. That is legal. They can rent their spare rooms for cash to help pay for their mortgages. What they can't do is rent their entire units and then be off premise. Now, this regulation of being on premise is the most important one in order to keep any residential housing unit from becoming a permanent short-term rental. Once you vacate that, then you have taken out the regulation which prevents that from happening. It's that important, and thank you very much.
Thank you. You are taller than I thought you were. We've only met over Zoom. But thank you. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chandra Singh, and I'm a New York City hotel worker and resident. I came to this city from Trinidad 3 decades ago, and I have worked at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel for 21 years. My union job has allowed me to provide for my 2 daughters, own a home in Queens, and be a part of a strong community. All of that will be put at risk if the City Council passes Intro 948 or 1107. My union job means not only that I could afford to buy a home, but also I can afford to keep my home. That is how to help homeowners by creating good jobs opportunity with fair wages and benefit. If workers like me lose their jobs and home prices increase, families will be pushed out of New York. It is not fair at the cost of any legislation too high to pay. Please think of the hardworking people like me and vote no on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am a Queens resident. Let's be clear. The only reason we're all here today is because Airbnb has spent millions of dollars on electors and lobbyists to push their bill. It doesn't matter how much money they throw at organizations to make it seem like they care about New Yorkers like me. They don't. They care about making money ahead of the World Cup when millions of tourism come to New York. Just like tourism, though, Airbnb will come and go without second thoughts to be damaging. They will leave behind. Damage they will leave behind. We already saw that happen when Airbnb flooded the city. Out of town investors buy up homes to make mini hotels. Landlords realize they can make more money with tourism than rentals. And people who give up there have to move. People who grew up there have to move. If you want to help homeowners, you could consider people to mortgage support programs or work lower food groceries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Sanchez and council members. My name is Murray Cox. I'm the founder of Inside Airbnb, a data activist project that provides data on short-term rental impacts in cities around the world. We also research policies, regulations, and enforcements, including I've written a report for the European Parliament on short-term rentals. That's why I respect the well-researched opening remarks that you gave, Chairman Sanchez. I also want to say that for 9 years I lived in a rented apartment in a two-family brownstone. So I was part of the 319,000 households who rent in 1- and 2-family homes. This group of people is not made up. People rent in 1- and 2-family homes. And laws like Intro 948 and 1107 make it easier to short-term rent, but they take housing off the market. Another category of renters that is hidden are roommates, people that are renting, that are sharing where there might be a primary resident or the homeowner. They number 224,000 across the city. They're also directly impacted by short-term rental laws. I also want to address what Public Advocate Williams said. I think he was advocating for some type of yearly cap. Other cities around the world are moving towards restrictions. LA tried a cap of 120, and they said they couldn't enforce it. People use multiple platforms, and it's impossible to enforce across different platforms. And I could talk about that after the hearing if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful, Murray. To Mr. Kyler, in your remarks, Kaler, you said Kaler. Thank you. Okay.
Kyler, it's one of those names. What can you do?
Okay. In your remarks, you said the biggest threat in this package of proposed tweaks, reforms, is the insertion of hostless short-term rentals. Can you describe why that is your perspective? What maybe you have seen, and maybe Mr. Murray, if you have a perspective here too, what you've seen in other municipalities that you think could happen here in the city?
The only regulation in New York City law that keeps permanent residential dwellings residential in New York City, as well as New York State, allows for roomers, boarders, and lodgers for less than 30 days. But it allows them if the primary leaseholder is on site. Once you say the primary leaseholder doesn't have to be on site anymore, this bill 948, there's no limitations on when the primary leaseholder doesn't have to be on site. And in fact, the primary leaseholder can become just a paper primary leaseholder. All they have to do is put their name on the paper and say, yes, I'm the primary leaseholder. There's no requirement how many nights they have to actually occupy that space, period. So once you remove that regulation, then there is no longer any way, shape, or form to prove that that space is being used as a primary residence anymore. Many other cities have tried this. Murray, who does research on this, can be more specific about that. But that is the only regulation in New York City that prevents primary residences from becoming permanent short-term rentals.
Thank you, Tom. You did mention, Murray, you did mention a municipality that found it impossible to enforce. Which one did you
Los
say?
Angeles, the city of Los Angeles. Yep.
Thank you. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
There are other cities that are, like for example, in Amsterdam, they tried having caps. They started off with 90-day caps per year so that the resident could rent out for up to 90 days in individual stays. They reduced it to 60, to 30, and then they tried to ban it. The entire home rentals are, where the owner is not present, are the most profitable to rent out, and there's more incentives to do it. And so people might even short-term rent for a short period of the year and leave it vacant the rest of the year. And so it takes housing off the market if you allow entire home units to be rented.
Thank you. Thank you for your perspectives on this panel. The next panel is Philip Summer, Sanket Hendre.
Margaret Smith, Eric Lunt, Ivana Amahedas, Chris Chan. Did I get that right? Yeah. Chris Chan and Dr. Abdo Zandani. Whoever is ready can begin. Look for the red light. Yep.
Hello, hello. Hello, how's everybody doing? My name is Sunny, and I work for QEDC, Queens Economic Development Corporation. Our goal and mission is to help entrepreneurs and small businesses in the borough of Queens. And this kind of goes throughout the whole city. So I am in support of this bill. And the reason I'm in support of it is because it gives the ability to rent out rooms for would-be entrepreneurs, which are small landlords. And it allows them to make extra money on areas that they wouldn't have been able to rent anyway, places that I don't think they would be available to the public. Allows tourists to come to undervisited areas, and also bestows the right for a small homeowner to do what they've always should have been allowed to do, which is rent, which is provide short-term housing. And the other thing is, we need more tourism in the city, in undervisited areas, and we need to be able to confer people the property rights that they've always deserved. So that's my position.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Philip Sommer. I'm a proud homeowner of a small townhouse in Brooklyn, Park Slope, where I live with my wife, our 2 daughters, and 2 cats. We used to Airbnb our home for about 4 weeks a year. We typically rent out to families of 4 from Europe that cannot afford hotels and want a more personal experience to explore this great city. We point them to local attractions, restaurants, and bodegas where they spend the money. And this has been a wonderful experience. They feed our cats, take home of the garden, and the income that generates helps us pay for maintenance of our home. Let me tell you, there should be absolutely nothing wrong with doing this, but we had to stop doing this because of Local Law 18. Let me be clear, I support regulation to prevent true access, but I think it's completely wrong and unlawful for the city to rein in what homeowners that live in their properties, like I do, can do with their property. And frankly, I doubt that anybody in this room can explain to me why Airbnb my home, my own home that I live in for some weeks in the year is seen unlawful by Local Law 18 or creates any other problems. That's false information sponsored by the hotel lobby, and I hope the City Council can see through that and sees that Intros 948 and 1107 support affordable home ownership, homeowners, tourism, the local economy, in short, New York City, the place we all love.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Abdu Zandani. I work for the New York City school system and retired after 31 years of service. I live in East Flatbush in a one-family home. We are heavily impacted by Local Law 18. Local Law 18 is erasing generational wealth from Black and brown communities since this law went into effect. Please listen to our dying voices and pass Bill 948A. 1 and 2 family owners should never have been part of this Local Law 18. 2,223 family homes can't possibly be the panacea for the housing crisis in New York City. I don't even know why we are here discussing this. Focus on the 5,000 NYCHA empty units. No one seems to address the big elephant in the room. It's not a lack of empty apartments, it is a lack of affordable apartments. There's a fight going on here. It's between 2 giants. We're not part of that. We are not in that. We don't want to get in the midst and get lost in the shuffle and get our voices drowned. So please listen to our dying voices. We are here to speak for ourselves and our community as owners of 1 and 2 family homes, asking you to pass Bill 948. Local law 18 has restricted my ability to use and to share my home. As a result, I'm having difficulties paying my bills and keeping my house. In the words of one of your colleagues, former City Council member Ampli Samuel, this law hurts homeowners without easing the housing crisis. He continued to say New York has one of the strictest short-term rental regulations in the world. Many of our working families are still struggling to stay in their homes. In contrast, the hotel industry is laughing their way to the bank, convincing these folks that they are their savers. They are pinning them against us. Simply, I cannot afford to keep my house. I thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. Please pass Bill 948A.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ivana. I am an immigrant from Argentina. I am here to talk about optics. Because as optics, before I open my mouth with this huge accent that I have, I look like a white lady with a nice coat that is 27 years old. I came to this country with $900 in my pocket, and I come from a family of workers, the first person who graduated from college. Through the years of immigration, I've been saving money to buy this property, and it was a huge, huge effort to buy it and renovate it. I've been also supporting my family from Argentina at times. I've been hearing here today a lot of things that I don't think are true. First, that somebody who doesn't live there can rent and establish that it's a primary residency. We had to submit a lot of papers to OSC. We had to submit bank statements that were 90 days old, New York City water, driver license from New York, bills, internet that was on our names in that so it's not so easy as you say, you live there, but you don't. Affordability. It's been talking on and on and on about affordability for tenants, but what about affordability for owners? The affordability also, if today I move out of my house and I put it up in the market, my house will not be an affordable housing. Affordability doesn't come from homeowners. The rent right now is high, and it's not because I rented short term.
Thank you. Thank you so much to this panel. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much to this panel.
Well, could I ask one question?
Ask a question?
Yes, please. I just wanted to
That's not the direction it goes in. I ask the questions, you answer them, but you can ask a rhetorical question.
I just wanted to know what it means to be physically present, what that entails in the law. Like, what duration of time does that actually represent?
I appreciate that question because I asked that question of the administration. I think that's one of the concerns that some of the council members have about what does that mean and how often somebody has to be home.
Yeah, because as a supporter of the bill, I wouldn't want somebody. I don't want to allow bigger corporations to come in and do any of those things. But I do support the small-time landlord, the small guy who just wants to make some money, needs to make some money, and support themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you. But usually, don't ask me questions. I'm not the one on the hot seat. You are. Okay, I want to call back Mr. Murray. I apologize. I had some questions. If you're still here, if you can come back down to the dais, and I'll also call the next panel. So that's Murray Cox. Please come back if you're still here. Sharon Lee, Mina Wu, Rose Cabe, Latoya Hilton, Roger Alvarado, and Paige Havener. Thank you so much. And Mr. Murray, my question for you, I know you've done extensive research analyses of Airbnb in different contexts. And so I wanted specifically to ask you about some findings that you highlighted about Stuyvesant Heights in central Brooklyn, where you have an analysis of the demographics of the Airbnb hosts in that neighborhood versus the neighborhood demographics. Can you just describe that for us in terms of your findings and also your methodology?
I mentioned I was the founder of a project called Inside Airbnb that was collecting data on Airbnb. It started in 2015, and I was living in Bedford-Stuyvesant at the time. I started off by creating some maps of Airbnb in the neighborhood and putting dots on a map. And instead of putting a dot, I put the Airbnb host faces on a map in Bedford-Stuyvesant. And something that was pretty obvious to me as someone that lived in Bedford-Stuyvesant were that a lot of faces of the Airbnb hosts appeared to be white faces, non-black, not black faces. So this was in 2015. A few years later, I spoke to some researchers from Harvard Business School who had done some studies on racial discrimination in Airbnb. And they talked about some methods that you can use to racially identify, with errors, pictures of people and put them in different racial categories. And so I decided, I didn't use those maps that had the pictures of Airbnb hosts because I didn't think it was the right thing to do. But then using these methods from Harvard Business School, I racially coded every single host in New York City in different, so it's Asian, white, black, or unknown. And using the expertise from the Harvard Business School, where they had also manually coded the photographs as well as using technology. So they were able to advise on error rates, and we were very conservative in our coding. But the findings that we found that in almost every black neighborhood across New York City, the majority black in the neighborhood, the majority of the Airbnb hosts were white. And we found the biggest disparity was in Stuyvesant Heights, which is like half of Bedford-Stuyvesant, the part that's further east, where we found basically a 1,000% disparity. So the underlying community was 7.4% white. This was back in 2016, 17. It's probably changed. But the Airbnb population was 74% white. So obviously there's, I know it's very problematically to racially code people using photographs, but there was really no other option. And this was in the context of Airbnb making a lot of announcements saying that that Airbnb was good for poor neighborhoods, and also they were good for black neighborhoods. And so as someone that lived in those neighborhoods, my question was, well, who's actually using Airbnb? Who's benefiting from Airbnb? So I'm not saying that there were no black Airbnb hosts in these neighborhoods. Things might have changed since then, but in 2017, there were very large disparities between the underlying communities and the Airbnb population. And so my conclusions were that you could think of Airbnb as a racial gentrification tool. So it's displacing housing, but it was being done by people that didn't live there before. So if, especially Bedford-Stuyvesant, if you go back to, let's say, the 2000s, there was hardly any non-black residents there. So for you to be an Airbnb host there, you're either an investor or someone that's moved there recently.
Thank you for sharing those findings on the record. And I'd be curious if Airbnb ever publicly disputed your data or your analysis. And I'm asking the room, I don't know if they're still here, I imagine they are. So whether they disputed the data and whether they collect host demographics themselves. I don't know if you know that, but that's a question that I would have for them.
Yeah, so there was quite a vigorous response from Airbnb. And I've documented on my website, like actually what the response was, who responded, and I responded to their response, including getting. So they basically said that I was using like brown paper bag methods, that I was being racist, and so it's fine for them to criticize that, but I don't think they ever denied that in these communities, the majority of Airbnb hosts were not black in these black communities.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure to ask you about that study and on the record and make sure it's part of the hearing record. So thank you. Okay, for our other friends here, you may begin when ready. And yes, Mr. Murray, if you like, you can step.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Sharon Lee from Queens. I'm opposed the 948A and 1107A. Make the rent is so higher. These bills are bad for our Asian American community to run up the housing post. You're Mina.
Hi, yes, my name is Mina Wu. I think that the Airbnb is bringing too many strangers into our residential neighborhood. So Airbnb is trying to buy the New York. So these bills will dispute Asian community. So I will against the Airbnb into the New York. Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paige Havener. I'm a resident and community member in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, and I've lived in Brooklyn for 10 years. I'm here to express concerns over 948 and 1107. These bills would risk decreasing the amount of housing available for long-term rent in New York City, and that's a risk we cannot afford to take in such a housing crisis. This bill would also increase housing prices and rents. With the ability to rent more short-term boarders, speculators will see that there is more money to be made and will increase housing prices. This will raise property taxes and subsequently rents. This could also hurt homeowners who are already struggling with high property taxes. Additionally, this bill would remove requirements for someone to live on the property full-time. Without somebody present to oversee the rental property, there's nobody to ensure safety, accountability, and community stability in our neighborhoods, and this is irresponsible. It is critical that we preserve the intention of Local Law 18 and reject Intros 948 and 1107. Thank you.
Thank you. This panel, star panel. Thank you. So the next panel consists of Sissy Wang, Maria Eftimiades, Sherry Culpepper, Tim Elliott, Mary Gentine, and Lynn Englum. Whoever is ready can begin.
Hello, my name is Maria Eftimiades, and I am a two-family homeowner from Queens and a member of ROAR. ROAR is deeply grateful to Council Member Mercedes Narcisse for her commitment to keeping New York City homeowners in New York City neighborhoods. We are also grateful to the Housing and Building Committee for hosting this hearing. This issue is bigger than individual homeowners. It affects the entire community. In the last 2 weeks, we have received multiple endorsements, and met with a host of supporters, including the Bed-Stuy Works Alliance, representing 70-plus block associations across Brooklyn, the Harmony Park Association, representing 74 households in Brooklyn, the Boerum Hills Association represents 10 to 12,000 members, Community Board 16, representing more than 100,000 constituents in Brooklyn, Hall Street Block Association, 66 one- and two-family households. Decatur Street Block Association, 66 one- to four-family households. And we have support from Henry Butler, District Leader and State Committeeman for 56 Assembly District. We encourage you to consider these community organizations and their support, and please vote yes on 948A.
Thank you.
My name is Lynn Ingram. I've owned my two-family home in Queens for over 10 years. Before owning, I was a renter for over a decade. In many ways, I achieved a minor miracle, owning a home in America's most expensive city as a middle-class American. I'm proud that despite job loss, life changes, and unexpected hardships, I still managed to keep and maintain my home, even though it's over 100 years old. There's always something breaking. One of the ways I've managed this is through sharing the home that I live in. It allowed me extra income when my boiler failed, when my hot water flooded my basement, and when my roof leaked so bad I needed a replacement. During the pandemic, home sharing was literally my lifeline to keeping my home. Affordability as a homeowner is only getting worse, and now because of Local Law 18, I no longer have one of the most effective tools to offset these increases. But it's not just me that's been hurt by this, it's also my community. There are no hotels where I live. There are no accommodations for families with limited means. 60 to 70% of the people that stayed at my home were families and friends of the people in my community. They were visiting for weddings, graduations, the arrival of a new baby. Unlike in many places around the country, most New Yorkers don't have extra rooms waiting vacant for their family and friends. We simply can't afford it. My home was a place for grandparents to stay and help with the new birth of their grandchild, just down the street. Just finish up. This is an issue of affordability, not just for small homeowners like me, but also the communities we live in and the support systems we rely on. Please vote yes on 948A. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tim Elliott. I live with my wife in the two-family home that we own in District 11 in the Bronx. I'm urging the council to vote yes on 948A and 1107A. My wife and I are artists, educators, and service workers, and we both lived and worked in New York City for 20 years. 6 years ago, we staked all of our savings and our futures to a small home in the Bronx in hopes of finally being able to host our family and friends from out of town and to adopt rescue dogs. With the flexibility of short-term rental, we were able to reserve time in our second unit for our elderly parents to visit us with comfort and privacy. But since Local Law 18 passed, we've lost not only significant household income, but also the ability to reserve space in our own home to host friends and family. Short-term rental also allowed us to give visitors to the city an affordable, comfortable, safe, and private space to stay in our outer borough neighborhood. Most of our short-term renters were themselves visiting nearby family and friends, or exploring our neighborhood as a potential future home for themselves. We were proud to be part of the sharing economy that we have enjoyed ourselves as thrifty, cost-conscious travelers. I know you have the best interests of all New Yorkers at heart, and that you understand that there is a real need for a reasonable, common-sense correction to an egregious harm being visited on responsible, working-class homeowners across the city. Please help me, my wife, and our two dogs stay in the small dream home we have worked our entire lives to afford. Please help us stay connected to our friends, family, and larger community by allowing us to rent part of the home we live in short-term. Please vote yes on 948A and 1107A.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm here in support, and I would like to ask for your support of Intro 948A and Intro 1107. So my name is Marie. I'm a Harlem resident. I am a homeowner of a 1 and 2 family house in Harlem. I'm an interior architect and an entrepreneur, and I also bring independent and world cinema in Harlem through monthly series at the Maisel Documentary Center. I take care of my three children, but I also help foreigners, students, and interns to find safe accommodation in New York City during their few months in the city. So I'm speaking as a Harlem resident and small homeowner who cannot emphasize enough how vital this bill is for families like mine who are fighting to remain in our homes. Our properties are not part of speculative housing supply. We live in our homes. We are not corporate landlords, investors, or developers. We are longtime members of this community, deeply rooted here, and our home represents stability, generational security, and community continuity. Due to the rising cost of living in New York City, many small homeowners have had to rely on renting part of our home simply to afford to stay. This is not a luxury, it is a necessity for survival in the neighborhood we help build and care for. Without supplemental income, many of us will be forced out, contributing to displacement and ensuring long-standing Harlem residents, but also new and young residents. May I finish quickly?
Yes, please conclude.
Okay, so Intro 948A is not a threat to housing stability, it's strengthening it. It protects the ability of homeowners to remain in this community they love. It does not harm Harlem. In fact, it helps prevent displacement and keeps our neighborhood diverse, stable, and thriving. Opposing this bill essentially leaves small homeowners with no path to stay in their homes.
Thank you.
Hi, I'll let my neighbor go first. So I'm Sherry Greta Phyllis Culpepper. I am a mother of 3 and a grandmother of 3. I am a 4th generation Harlemite, and I intend on seeing my 5th, 6th, and 7th generation family live in our home. In 1929, my family of 9 moved into an entire brownstone right next door, a single-family dwelling at the time, and rented for 42 years before we were allowed to purchase in 1974. I have witnessed firsthand an assault on small home ownership. Our home was unceremoniously, wrongfully identified in 1930 as a single-room occupancy, no doubt because of years of redlining. In 2014, HPD, sorry they left, and their alternate enforcement program identified my home as one of the most distressed in our district. And at the time, my 5th generation cousins and their friends, 12 of them, lived free for over 10 years. You heard that correct, for more than 10 years. And that program was voted on right in these chambers. There is an assault on small home ownership. The narrative is wrong. Small homeowners are not the problem of the crisis. May I finish? I only 138. The media has framed this as if, owners are one monolithic group and we're wealthy moguls. We're not. We're hardworking individuals. I worked 7 days a week for 11 years to take care of the freeloaders in my house. I'm down to 3, but it is always the enforcement of what we hear here today. It sounds good on paper, but when you go to enforce it, it is not. So I want to thank you for this time, and thank you, and please vote yes on 928A, and do not continue the assault on small home ownership in New York City. I love New York, and I love my 3-year-old Nyla watching me right now. Hi, Grandma loves you.
Oh, thank you. So if you want to pull on my heartstrings, just talk about your kids and grandkids. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cici Wang. I'm testifying in strong support of Intro 948A. So in this season of gratitude, I'm really thankful for the opportunity to share my family's story as a small, responsible home-sharing host in Queens. We're Chinese immigrants. My mom worked very, very hard for years, taking multiple jobs so that I could go to college here, because we believed New York could give us a future. Through her determination, we were finally able to have a small space of our own in this huge city. But living here is not easy. Costs rise every year. Mortgage, utilities, property taxes. Hosting a single room in our home is not a business. It's a lifeline that allows us to remain rooted in the community that we really love. You can't rob Peter to pay Paul. You can't break a hole in our home to fill another one. Beyond finance, home sharing really connects people to the real New York. Many dream of visiting the city but cannot afford hotels. They want a more diverse, authentic New York experience. It's the neighborhood, the stories, it's the people. And staying with family like mine really let them see that. We welcome traveling nurses, grandparents meeting the newborn baby for the first time, students on a tight budget, New Yorkers between leases, a lot of that. Time and time again, they would tell me, thank you for this has really helped me to see New York that is a warm, a safe, and a real place. And my mom and I, we host
I will conclude. We host responsibly. We live in our home. We verify every guest. We enforce quiet hours. We protect our neighbors. And in fact, we actually hired a neighbor who's a hotel worker to help with our cleaning. And we're not illegal operators or investors. We're just families trying to stay in a city that is open, diverse, and welcoming. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel for sharing your stories. Paige Havener, Lucy Ramis, I think I said that wrong, Mark Anderson, Charlie Dulick, Tom Kaler, already went, Oscar Rodriguez, and Jose Perez. I think Tom is already gone.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Lucy Rames. I'm Director of Strategic Partnerships and Resource Development at Neighborhood Housing Services of New York City. NHS of New York City is a 43-year-old nonprofit that supports low and moderate income homeowners across 5 boroughs through housing counseling, financial empowerment, repair assistance, and resiliency services. I'm here today to speak to the proposed introduction 948A. While NHS of New York City does not take a position on specific regulatory provisions, we want to underscore the importance of maintaining viable options for small homeowners, many of whom rely on supplemental income to remain stable in their homes. Short-term rentals, when appropriately regulated and responsibly managed, can serve as a lifeline for homeowners, as we've heard over and over again today, with limited financial margins. The options to host a tenant or guest, particularly in a 1 or 2 family home where the homeowner is deeply invested in the community, can mean the difference between stability and financial strain. We encourage the City Council to ensure that any regulatory framework continue to support the needs of primary residence homeowners, especially low and moderate income families who may not have access to other options for income generation. Preserving responsible avenues for supplemental income helps keep longtime New Yorkers in their homes, protects generational wealth, and contributes to neighborhood stability. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Oscar Rodriguez, and I'm a NYC Bronx born resident. I'm also a proud HTC union member for the last 25 years. New York City has always been and will always be a union town, which is why the City Council should oppose interests of 948 and 1107. These bills will roll back short-term rentals regulations jeopardizing jobs like mine. I'm proud to be in the union because it empowers me to advocate for myself and others in the workplace so we can get our fair share of securing high wages, getting more benefits like health insurance and retirement plans, and improving job security so we won't have to be left out and trying to squander on trying to pay for rent. We work hard and we deserve high wages, strong benefits, and the ability to afford to live in the city where we work at. These bills will threaten our jobs and make housing less affordable. So please reconsider your decision on today's bill, and thank you for your time. It sounds good on paper, like she said, but realistically, we go through drastic measures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes. Vivo en el Bronx,
Tengo 23 años en la Unión trabajando hoteles. Estoy aquí para pedirle que voten en contra de la propuesta 948 y 1107. La función del Consejo Municipal es proteger a los residentes, no a la empresa tecnológica. Airbnb está intentando usar miles y millones para sobornar a los consejos municipales. Es vergonzoso que haya gente aquí que quieran traicionar a los neoyorquinos como yo. A corto y largo plazo, el costo de esta función será incalculable y invencible. Insto encarecidamente al Consejo a votar en contra. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Voy a traducir un poco para que el archivo de la audiencia tenga sus palabras. So just to translate briefly what he said for the record, he is here to ask council members to vote against this piece of legislation. He says Airbnb is using millions to sway council members. It is concerning that there are people here who want to betray New Yorkers. In the short and long term, the cost of this measure will be incalculable and insurmountable. Please vote no. Gracias por su testimonio. Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, my name is Mark Anderson. I am the president of the Westerly Improvement Society on Staten Island, a civic group that represents 10,000 single and two-family homeowners. We oppose this proposed change, and we would like you to vote no, because especially because a proper environmental impact statement or study has apparently not been done, especially in light of the other changes that haven't even come online yet in the city of Yes, and of the proposed, actually the voted yes on the charter revision questions. Those things should be considered with this as well. And the fact that we're going to allow businesses to take over houses in our residential neighborhood is very disturbing to us, and it would decrease our stability and our ability to see that we have a stable environment. You know, if you don't know if you're going to get an Airbnb next to you and have people who come and go as they please and bring, you know, cars in very large numbers that add to the parking problem that we already have. We have transportation problems. We have infrastructure issues that are not even being considered here. And the effects of that need to be considered. And to vote on that is premature. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this panel. Thank you to my Bronx testifiers. Really appreciate this perspective. Thank you. Gracias. The next panel is Neil Johnson, Catherine Drager, Lisette Alba, Michael Leonard, Hector Nunez, Charles Saffo, Henry Gray, Neil Francois.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisette Alba, and I'm a proud union member for 15 years. And I'm here to tell you to vote no on Intro 948 and 1107. As a hotel worker, I see the difference every day between hotels that follow strict guidelines and the unregulated chaos of short-term rentals. My hotel is required to follow fire safety rules, accessibility standards, labor protections, and tax laws. Short-term rentals operate without most of those responsibilities. These bills will endanger residents. They will allow people to lock rooms, which is a major fire hazard. Also, they will take away the requirement for the host to be on site. This means that there is no one making sure that a bunch of teenagers in the city for a vacation don't put the entire building in danger. These rules are in place for a reason. The city council needs to put the safety of New Yorkers ahead of the needs of a tech company that wants to meet their bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Neil Johnson. I'm a proud union member for over 40 years and a doorman at the Plaza Hotel. Please vote no. Affordable home ownership is one thing, but owning a home and renting it out short term to make a huge profit is another. You can be sure that it would drastically increase the cost of a home in New York City, and you can be sure that it would impact all the hotels in New York City and the hard workers who are just trying to make a living and raise their families. What's wrong with renting past 30 days? Remember, if this passes, many people would not call their house a home anymore when they sell it. They would call it a house/Airbnb/hotel room. Airbnb has spent millions to back city council candidates who support its agenda of easing restrictions on short-term rentals in New York City. The New York Council member, Kevin Riley, who spoke today, accepted campaign contributions and support from a political action committee PAC associated with Airbnb. He says he's concerned with homeowners not being able to pay their mortgage. Basically, I heard that I think he's using this to push to make Airbnb short-term legal, and hopefully without a homeowner needing to be president. Why? Well, I think we know why, as far as a lot of politicians that take money from corporations. They're bought and paid for, and it's a shame. Lastly,
Thank you.
by the way, I'm not accusing Airbnb, but when I came here today, I met two people that I know who told me that they were being paid to protest in favor of Airbnb's agenda.
Thank you. Next panelist.
My name is Charles Safo, and I oppose Intro 948 and 1107. Companies that profit from short-term rentals are not looking out for New Yorkers. Their interest is in expanding their business, even when it harms the people who actually live and work in the city. We have all seen how much they have spent to lobby elected officials, even though people like me can spend millions of dollars on influencing laws. We deserve to be heard. We know what happens when you let Airbnb into our communities. Before Local Law 18, rent rose, communities were destroyed, and long-term residents were forced out of homes that had been in their families for generations. In neighborhoods like mine, Black people were pushed out as apartments that were turned into short-term rentals, while newcomers made all the money. If you pass this bill, you are choosing corporate interests over your own constituent. I'm asking you to vote no on this bill to protect New Yorkers like me. Be blessed always, and God bless we all.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Henry Gray, preferred name is Gray, and I'm a proud member of the Hotel Trades Council. I'm here today to urge you not to pass any bill that would expand short-term rentals. I've watched firsthand what happened when the short-term rentals exploded in our city. In the neighborhoods where I grew up and worked, apartments that used to house families were suddenly pulled off the rental market because landlords realized they can make more money renting to tourists for a few nights at a time. And the people who paid the price were overwhelmingly Black residents. I watched some of my friends, neighbors, and coworkers pushed out as rent spiked and long-term leases disappeared. We cannot call these harmless side hustles when they contribute to displacement and the loss of Black communities that built the culture of New York City. Legalizing and expanding short-term rentals would put even more pressure on neighborhoods that are already fighting to survive. Please vote no on intros 948 and 1107. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you so much for your testimony.
I'm going to call up the next panel, comprising of Haribu Laura, Tim Walker, Alicia McKee, Victor Tenezaka, Shanti Jimenez, Noma Price, and I'm also going to ask Warren Gardner from Airbnb to join us at the dais to answer a follow-up question. They might come around and testify online. Before we begin with the panelists, I just wanted to provide an opportunity for Airbnb to respond to the claims or the findings of an earlier report, a 2017 report that were shared earlier in the hearing. Does Airbnb collect host demographics, and has Airbnb disputed findings from that research?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to respond. Airbnb does not collect race-based data at all, and we do dispute the findings of Mr. Cox's statement earlier. And even leading Harvard study has found that Mr. Cox's methodology is extremely outrageous and dangerous and offensive. I personally find it offensive as well. I think it flies in the face as well of the work that this council has championed, for many years throughout the city. I think if a city law enforcement agent or even a city agency were conducting research using methodology like this, we'd be having a hearing solely on that. That would probably last longer than this one. And so just wanted to clarify, we do not collect race-based data at Airbnb. And, paying attention to methodology that uses like back of the napkin analysis to scrape data that's extremely unreliable is not going to help further this discussion here. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And if you do not collect host demographics as a company, then on what grounds do you dispute the findings specifically?
Well, I mean, when you look at the study, first and foremost, the study studied only 2 races, right? This is New York City, right? We have multiple, this is a melting pot.
Right, but leaving aside the study, it sounds like you don't know what any of the demographics are of your hosts because you don't collect it, correct? I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Yeah, we do not collect that data.
Okay. Problems with the study aside, I just want to make sure to understand that on the record. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming back.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Noma Price. My husband and I own a home in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn, in Crystal Hudson's district. I have not been paid for my testimony, and at this point, I'm very hungry. I'd first like to request that the city stop calling my home housing stock. While our home is legally a 2-family with separate units, we use and live in our whole home. My so-called housing stock is really a guest room for my elderly parents. It's a home away from home for my immigrant husband's family. It's a slumber party zone for my daughter and a TV room for movie nights. At the same time, New York is expensive, teenage daughters are expensive, healthcare costs for my husband's chronic Lyme disease are expensive. Our costs and taxes keep rising, and our income doesn't. Before Local Law 18, home sharing provided supplementation of our income. I could use my home when I need it, share with families of my community when not. My neighbors also need space for visiting family and overseas guests. Despite the picture being painted today, my home was never packed with partying tourists. My guests were older couples meeting a new grandchild, parents visiting a student at Pratt, or happy kids coming to hang with their cool uncle in Brooklyn. I know that wealthy investors taking multiple units off the market to profit from short-term rentals can be a problem, and I support legislation to restrict this. But I am not a billionaire investor. My home is not now and never was a hotel, nor is it housing stock. I'd like to speak to Councilmember Hudson, who I hope is listening. When Local Law 18 first took effect, I joined a call with you. You said that you had never intended for small homeowners like myself to be caught up in the overly broad net of the new law. 948A is a chance for you to fix that mistake. Please vote to pass this common sense amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will make sure she hears that. She was here earlier.
Greetings, Chair Sanchez and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Shanti, and I'm a lifelong native New Yorker, and I'm not being paid here to support Intro 948A. My sister and I poured our lifelong savings into buying our dream house, the foundation of our family's future and our shot at generational stability. We envisioned a home where our family, by proper city code definition, could grow up near us, securing our roots in the city we love. But New York City is increasingly hostile to working families, and we are barely scraping by. When we first purchased the house, we temporarily relied on home sharing, the second unit, until my sister could financially move in. However, since Local Law 18, my sister and her family have settled in that unit, yet the cost of ownership remains unbearable for us together. Intro 948A is our lifeline, proposing very small safety and autonomy changes, which will not turn our homes into hotels, not make us prone to fires, parties, wrong doorbells rung, or 20 listings, but they will give families like mine the modest necessary income to keep the lights on, something a helpline won't help with. 6 weeks ago, I very suddenly lost my best friend and beloved aunt. I couldn't leave home to be by her side in her final moments. Homes are meant to be shared, and homeowners deserve to utilize their greatest asset to afford living here. Without this, we will be forced to sell our home and flee New York, increasing the chances of it being purchased by private equity firms and undoubtedly rented unaffordably. Just one more second, please. Intro 948A is not about profit for corporations, it's about preservation, preserving our dream, preserving generational stability, and preserving the very New Yorkers who built this city. Please pass Intro 948A. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we're going to do one more panel, and then those of you who remain, let us all migrate. We're going to make the great voyage across the street to 250 Broadway. We will be in hearing room 1 there. Phoebe Douglas, Rosa Perez, Tanya Chanel, Eseta McGee, Lauren McGrath. And just clarifying, you may ask to continue your testimony. You may not continue your testimony without my acknowledgement, okay? So please respect the procedures that we have. And anybody may begin when ready.
My name is Phoebe Douglas, and I live in the Bronx. I'm a licensed professional civil engineer. I live and work in my home, and I'm not being paid to be here. I'm here to ask you to vote yes on Intro 948A. I want to speak from a lived reality because people like me usually disappear in these debates. I grew up poor, and I've experienced homelessness as a child, including being kicked out of hotels with my family. Becoming a homeowner in the city I serve professionally was the first time in my life that housing felt safe. My home is where I cared for my father as he battled cancer, and is where I now care for my mom, now that he's no longer here. Last year I was one of 5 female engineers let go from my job. Home sharing built the emergency fund that kept me housed. It allowed me to supplement my housing costs in a manageable, low-risk way while I worked to build an inclusive engineering firm with those other 4 female engineers. Without that, I would have been in crisis again. This conversation really isn't about the housing stock, it's about greed. If hotel groups cared about housing, they would pledge to convert even 1% of their massive real estate portfolio into affordable homes. To my knowledge, the hotel industry has made no meaningful contributions to homeownership or affordable housing programs in New York, and actions speak louder than words. This is because their economic model does not benefit from increasing homeownership or affordable housing. Again, this is not about the housing crisis, it's about protecting their profits. Homeowners like me who live in our whole homes are being treated as if we're the housing stock, and we're not. The middle class is central to the city's stability, and when small homeowners collapse, I'll finish.
Again, I have to give the permission to every person, and you may conclude. And I will
No,
give you,
it's
but
okay. It's all right.
just procedurally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will most likely give you the permission. I just have to be the one to say it.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Chanel, lifelong Brooklyn resident.
I agree with so many here who have said those of us who have built this city should not be pushed out. I am the 4th generation Brooklynite in Bed-Stuy, homeowners. I went to PS 93, I went to Satellite East, I went to Murray Bertram, graduated from Baruch College. I am now raising my children in the home that I bought from my mother. And I didn't have a union job, so when I got laid off, this is how I'm able to keep my job. My home. This is how I'm able to pay my children's tuition. I want to stay in New York. I love New York City. I'm avid New Yorker, serving on PTAs, community boards, volunteering to make New York City the city that everybody wants to be in. But now I'm struggling to be able to stay in this very city. This is not about Airbnb. This is about me. This is about me, my neighbors. Like somebody else just said, I've never had rowdy guests, parties, people ringing the wrong doorbell, and no complaints from my neighbors. I just want to make sure. Yeah, my family's lived in Bed-Stuy for 5 generations, beginning with my great-grandparents who emigrated here through Ellis Island in the early 1900s. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Asita. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Asita McGee. I live in St. Albans, Queens, New York, District 27, in a 1-2 family house. First, I am not paid to be here. I have resided in my home since 1986. I am asking the committee to vote yes on Bill 948A. Sadly, many of my neighbors who retire cannot afford to age in place. Oh, shoot. I had it off, everybody.
Happens to me all the time.
Yeah, I know. I had it off, but I was checking the time. Many who are like me may have lost a spouse and can no longer afford to stay in New York, leaving for the South where housing is cheaper. I have a daughter in college. I pay tuition and would like to share my home to assist with paying taxes, utility bills, and other high costs. Sharing my home makes it easy for everyone who needs an affordable space while allowing me to stay here in New York. I'm considered the matriarch of my block. Neighbors say it is a nice block. Yes, I worked hard after the crack epidemic to set a standard that many follow today. Many neighbors will not be living in their home for long as it has become too costly to maintain our home. For brevity, the expense to maintaining our home without your assistance is close to unbearable.
You may conclude.
I'm asking you to vote yes to Bill 948A. I love New York. Healthcare for us is good in New York. We want to age in place or do short-term rental. There is no other place like our beautiful city. I am in support of Bill 948A, and I would like New York City Council to vote yes. Thank you. I am in District 27, proudly. Thank you.
Thank you. I will be sure to remember who 27 is. I'm 14.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for listening. My name is Lauren McGrath, and I'm a native New Yorker as well, an example of a moderate income homeowner under threat from Local Law 18, and I'm here in support of 948A and 1107. I live in a brownstone in West Harlem, raised 3 kids there. I'm in Council Sean Abreu's district, whose office has been entirely unresponsive to this constituents' needs and no invitations to discuss. We're artists, freelancers. We have an inconsistent income stream, no union support to protect my job or my not huge income, and we're not paid to come here, and I wrote my own speech. And this is just about basic affordability. I'm here to protect my income, too. We've relied on ourselves for income from home sharing to provide and protect our family with financial stability. We've renovated and maintained a historic building valued by many New Yorkers and consider ourselves the custodians of this building and a family home. We maintain the sidewalk, facade, stoop, ironwork required, but also for the benefit of other residents of the city. What's more, responsible home sharing, which has been a tradition here for centuries, has helped us pay for support for immediate family members with mental health issues. We've been able to provide a safe space and stability to children who have needed to come home in between jobs. Other times, we're affordably housing people who need to come to NYC but can't afford the astronomical hotel rates. Parents of children, local colleges, professors, grandparents, patients at Columbia Pres, visiting nurses and doctors. Also neighbors needing temporary housing. I'm almost done.
Thank you. You may conclude.
Thank you. Don't we want there to be room for in NYC for affordable options for people who would like or need to come here? We want to continue to afford to stay in our home with legal, reasonable, and safe home sharing. Without that income, we too will be rendered completely unstable and in crisis. Thank you for your attention. Hope you will support us in 948A and 1107.
Thank you. Phoebe, was there anything else you wanted to say? You sure? Thank you for sharing your story. It's a very powerful one. Thank you all. Okay, so we are officially squatting. We're gonna do one more panel here, and then I'm also gonna call out the names for the following panel, which will be across the street. So this will be the last panel here, and then the next panel will be across the street. So the panel for right now is Gilberto Mejia, Yesenia Jesse Paulino, Chandra Singh, I think some of folks have gone, Samantha Jones, and Martha Bustillo. Across the street, we're gonna go with Carl Appelgren, MacArthur Damis, Jeff Demise, Jean Raleigh, Lori Kellogg, and Alamgir Buyan. Gilberto Mejia, for right now, Gilberto Mejia, Yesenia Jesse Paulino, Samantha Jones, and Martha Bustillo. You may approach the dais. We'll give you a minute to approach the dais. If you do not, we will all head over across the street. Gilberto Mejia, Yesenia Jesse Paulino, Samantha Jones, and Martha Bustillo.
Once again, everyone, you're going to make your way across to 250 Broadway, across the street. You're going to check in at the lobby. They will direct you up to the hearing room. It's going to be in hearing room 1. Once again, thank you for your cooperation.